Hello, everybody. Everybody, hello. It is me, Sean, and also a Lindsay. Um, I have a sort of special thing that I want to do today. I've been talking a little bit about like how I want to record my process for writing a sales letter. And the reason for that is because I have a business and another YouTube channel called DIY Wealth, and I've been sort of assembling material that can be composited into a book, and I want to sell it. And I have a few ideas that I want to explore, but one of the things that I wanted to do today was actually go over some swipes and read some sales copy from the perspective of somebody who's actually thinking about selling a particular object from a particular angle. And Lindsay, the sales letter that I have today, that we're going to be talking about today, is actually one that you might be a little familiar with.
Let's see it.
Before we get started, though, I wanted to ask, how is the audio? I unfortunately cannot find my headphones. I have.
You sound great.
I sound great?
Yeah.
Well, the issue for everybody would be whether you sound great, and only the people watching can tell us.
How do I sound, you guys? Everything sound good?
Let us know in the chat. It is in fact live. Wouldn't that be a crazy ploy to like have a bit like that for a pre-recorded webinar?
That would be weird.
It'd be a little weird. So, and Lou the Builder says perfect. So hopefully we don't get some sort of echo going on. Cool. Anywho, the other caveat that I suppose I should add to the stream is that it's going to be fairly short. We're going to get in and out. Both Lindsay and I are pretty busy. And if you have any direct questions that are unrelated to the topic at hand, as always, hit that, smash that donate button. $5. You can ask any question you want, and Lindsay and I will answer it off topic. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, we're just going to analyze the sales letter and talk about copy and share our thoughts. So let's begin. Window. And there we go. Do you remember this one?
Yes.
So the idea that I have for a DIY Wealth front-end promo, that's a book offer / front-end newsletter offer, was actually inspired by reading this particular book, Talking to My Daughter About the Economy, or How Capitalism Works and How It Fails, by Yanis Varoufakis, a wonderful thinker, professor, Greek. He checks all of my boxes. And
did he get famous from his TED Talks? His TED Talks that he did? Like, is that kind of how he blew up?
Well, sorta. He became famous because he was a professor, I believe, in Texas. And the Greek economy was collapsing after 2008, and like a bunch of stuff that Goldman Sachs did. I'm a little hazy on the details. And Greece was just like, will you come and save our economy? And he was like, all right. And then he did. He was like the finance minister or something, some important like head of state level thing for Greece. And he was sort of promoted to that. Surprisingly, like he wasn't going for it, and so that's his story.
Cool.
So I was inspired by that, and reading that book got me thinking, like, well, why am I trying to build wealth? It ain't for me. I have relatively simple tastes: novelty t-shirts, books, mood lighting, occasionally a nice dinner, but that's it. So really what I'm building wealth for is my family, my kids, wanting to set them up so that they have a better life than I did. And I thought, well, how cool would it be to put out a book that assembles, my past editorial, new editorial, and, basically writing the book as though I were trying to teach this person about building wealth in America and the facts and myths and everything attached to that. And I thought, well, what would be a perfect sales letter to pair with something of that topic? Well, I remembered this particular sales letter, an open letter sales letter, which is an angle and a hook that has worked, but copywriters rarely do it. Most copywriters do not think to do this kind of sales letter. And in fact, in my whole swipe file, I only have two. I have this one and I have one from Dan Throssell. There is one other that I recall, which was for a George Gilder promo that was an open letter to President Trump. But for the most part, the open letter angle just is super uncommon and super unique, and also perfectly fits with the idea that I have for the product that I want to sell. Mm-hmm. So, all things are kind of coming together there. But of course, the thing that we should do before we get started writing a particular angle is learn how that angle is working, see what's kind of going on under the hood. So why don't we get started? Lindsay, do you think we need to give any more context or anything before we get started reading this?
No, I just want to point out this is a very old sales letter. Like, this is from many years ago. And notice that Sean had an idea and he literally drew on copy that he read that worked, from many years ago. And I think this just illustrates why it is so important to just constantly be consuming copy. And like, you may not necessarily need it now. It may not stir anything in you now, but you will file it away. And at some point down the line, you may have some seed of an idea, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, wait, this kind of reminds me of, that sales letter that I read a long time ago. And then you can go back and like marry these two ideas. And that's how you can potentially make something that is, that is original, but also not, in that it, it plays on something that worked in the past. And this is just how it's done. And I don't, without constantly consuming copy and reading it and letting it kind of inform your subconscious, like I think that you may struggle, as a copywriter.
Yeah. I advise newbies to write down an idea per day. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are just like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, what is
even
that?
Is an idea?
How do I come up with ideas?
Right.
Yeah.
I wrote down in Google Keep like 2 years ago, like around the time when we started DIY Wealth, one of the ideas that I wrote down for that business, or just in general, was, and this was all I wrote, an open letter to my baby daughter about how to build wealth in America. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I wrote. And I knew that idea had strength because every month, more or less, for the past couple of years, I keep returning to it. I keep thinking about it. And so that's the kind of the sign that like I should probably pursue that idea. It keeps bubbling up into my from my subconscious into my conscious. So
yeah,
let's actually look at a sales letter. Now, if I were more technologically savvy, less of a boomer, I would be able to work my Wacom tablet and mark this up. So unfortunately for you, you're going to have to deal with, how should I say, no annotations today. We're just going to look at the copy, read it together, and talk about it for an hour. Headline: Dear Father, the income experiment has been a tremendous success. With love, your son, Tom. Deck copy. And the deck copy is in a what used to be called a Johnson box. Johnson box is an old technique from sales letters, like actual direct mail sales letters, where the headline or some component of the copy is not really a headline, not really called out. It's just sort of like smooshed into a embedded box on the actual page. And yeah, that sort of allows you to have like very long headlines, very long deck copy, etc. Yeah, I've not heard Johnson box for years. Like, it's just not super common. But also the cool thing about things that fall out of favor is they become new again. So maybe worth trying. So here's the beginning of a Johnson box. Más o menos. Here is the true story of how I'm helping my father save his retirement through a simple secret I'm calling the Palm Beach current income strategy. We tested this idea on a former hedge fund manager, on $200,000 of Palm Beach multimillionaire and New York Times bestselling author Mark Ford's money, and on our own money. Thanks to a rare confluence of events, the time has never been better to use this secret. Okay, before we go on and get into the open letter component of that, let's actually just sort of look at this headline, look at what's going on, and see what's working and what's different. So, Lindsay, what are some of the first things that you notice about this?
So obviously, the sign off with love, your son, Tom. The people who are reading this already have to have a baseline understanding of who Tom is. Otherwise it's very confusing, and you don't really understand what's happening. But the background of that is Tom was one of two main figureheads of the business that put out this copy. And so the people who were, and it's in spoiler, it's for a expensive back-end trading product. And so the people who were reading this, they were already, warm. It was a warm audience. They already knew who Tom was. They had already been exposed a little bit to this idea. And so that's why he could use a headline like this. Looks like we lost Sean temporarily. Hey. So that's like one of the first things that I notice. I think that it's a very warm approach to people who already kind of had a natural affinity and affection towards Tom, who kind of already plays that dynamic with Mark, right? Like Mark is kind of the surrogate mentor and father to Tom. And so I think it is intriguing that way, because talking about this income experiment and kind of teasing that it's been a tremendous success, which makes you want to learn more. So the intrigue element is definitely there. And I like the familiarity that he is going with. What do you think?
Yeah, the one thing that I wanted to harp on was you can instantly tell from this headline and deck copy that it's a back end. How do we know? Well, somebody on the front end, or somebody who has not bought or doesn't have a relationship with this business, they're not going to know who the hell Tom is. So not only are we going to people more aware of this business's, gurus, people, products, etc. This assumes a lot of knowledge that the reader has already. This wouldn't work on a front end. People would just be like, who the hell is Tom?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
And you can tell also that it's a back end because, like, how should I say? I go back and forth on this. With back ends, what are we trying to do? What are the things that sell a back end? Bigger, faster, closer to the guru, and like two other things that I'm currently forgetting. Do you remember?
Well, I ended up going on a different train of thought as you were talking. On the third point that you just talked about, which was closeness to, like, just more proximity to the editor. Look at what he's doing in this headline. He's saying, "Dear Father, the income experiment has been a tremendous success." He's writing a private letter to his father, members of his inner circle. Like, you are about to discover something that Tom only shares with 5 members of his family, his father being one. Like, it doesn't get any closer in proximity than this. And one of the a fairly common tactic in financial copywriting is like that velvet, anything that you can do that sort of on the back end specifically, that sort of alludes to this like velvet rope nature, my inner circle. And, I'm about to share with you stuff I only tell my close friends and family. And, maybe a handful of like my best top premium subscribers. So just that velvet rope effect is one of the things that he's really driving home here in this headline.
Yeah. And just the things that sell back-end promotions, that is products being sold to people that have already paid a business money. It is not new, safe, easy, big. That's that's the subtext of individual lines of copy. I'm talking about like in terms of angles, in terms of how you approach hooking a person or attracting a prospective buyer to a back-end promotion. It's bigger, it's faster, it's closer to the guru, or it's more of the same. Those are the four big ones that work on the back end. This one, based on what Lindsay just said about the velvet rope technique, we know that this is going to be a closer to the guru kind of angle, closer to the guru kind of hook. We know that sells. We know that the attraction here is for people that already have a relationship with this business, that already like this business. They want more from the people that they admire, that they respect, that they want more from. So, yes, absolutely. Things that sell back end, that is, back end promotions and the angles that tend to work best when you are trying to sell people on basically buying more from the same business if they've already bought. Bigger, faster, that is quicker gains, closer to the guru or closer to the business, VIP inner circle, et cetera, or more of the same. So I don't know if you've seen this, Lindsay, but I've read a lot of health copy. And the cool thing about health copy is if you manage to convince somebody to like buy a supplement, the natural upsell, the natural like back end for buying a supplement is simply buying more of the same supplement. That's it. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. So, exactly. Bigger, faster, closer to the guru or business, more of the same. So, a headline like this and deck copy like this, let's walk through the 4 U's. And here's the thing. We know that it's going to fail the 4 U's. I can tell you that just looking at it. But what's important is that maybe it hits one of the 4 U's at most. I've actually seen headlines for promos that sell very, very well that actually get none of the 4 U's. That's the sort of drawback of heuristics. Sometimes they fail us. So, is this urgent? No. There's no urgency here. Absolutely none. I mean, the time has never been better to use the secret is like kind of getting there, but I give that
Subtle
like a D-
urgency.
on the urgency scale.
Yeah, we don't see a date.
Yeah.
Which is what
How
we mean
about
by urgency.
Yeah, absolutely. Is this unique? Well, I'll put that to the chat. Have you ever seen a promo open like an open letter? There's of course the latency, the lag between me saying, person
Yeah,
thinking,
and then waiting.
typing, and then the feedback. The answer is no. Like I mentioned at the very beginning of this, it's super rare to see open letter angles in promos. So absolutely unique in the approach. How about ultra specific? Here's a test for you when it comes to ultra specificity. Could you take this headline or the deck copy or basically any component of this and drop it in to a promo for basically any other product? And I'm going to say, yeah, this is pretty ultra specific. We tested this idea on a former hedge fund manager. It even has the name of the strategy, the product, on a very particular person, using a particular person's money and on our own money. So, like, you can't make those claims about any other product on the planet. We instantly know that this is really, really, really specific. And also, like this lacks specificity, but you have to look at things holistically. The deck copy as well as the headline. The headline is really just there to catch eyeballs. And so, how about ultra specific usefulness? Where's the benefit?
There's not really direct usefulness in terms of benefit, but there is implied, and that is done in the word income.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that builds intrigue. Income experiment is a tremendous success. So you can make the argument that there's an implied benefit here, but I think the strongest implied benefit is right here. Here is the true story of how I'm helping my father save his retirement through a simple secret. A direct benefit, stated directly, would be here's a simple secret that can help you, person reading this, save your retirement. There you go. That would be a direct benefit. The implied benefit here is this benefit that a person wants is being utilized, being achieved by somebody else.
I do think, though, I want to just point out that I think he diffuses this benefit a little bit by saying that he tested this idea on a former hedge fund manager on $200,000 of, Mark Ford's money. We know he's rich. We know hedge fund manager's rich. And then we're assuming, our own money, Tom Dyson's rich. It just immediately makes me think that this is for rich people only.
Now, you know what the actual secret is. Is that for this particular product a bad thing?
Because I know this specific product, it ends up being a qualifier, which we can elaborate on that a little bit later.
I feel like we should do that now because
Okay.
This is like the initial sort of like germ that is going to
That's a good point.
become a filter that basically says, "Hey, you reading this?
That's a good point.
You don't get to play."
Yeah. So yes, in case that what I just said struck anybody else, in case you guys observed that, this is a little bit of like a grounds laying for qualifying the readers, and sort of setting them up to come to the conclusion that, okay, this is for a very specific type of person. And the answer to that is you need to have, I can't remember what it says in this copy, or if he actually says it, but you need to have a certain net worth, or you need to have a certain size of portfolio to be able to take full advantage of
25K at least to invest.
Does he say? Okay, you need to have $25,000 to invest to take full advantage of this strategy.
Yeah. And so the actual strategy is selling put options on dividend paying stocks. So the way a put option works is you basically say, like, hey, listen, investor robot person, if this stock price dips below this amount by a certain date, I will buy it at this price no matter how much it drops.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically, say you want to sell a put on Apple and you sell a $50 put. By selling that, you basically are selling like the right, not the obligation to buy that. And so what happens is if Apple drops to 140 by the expiration date, you're on the hook for paying $150 per share, and you have to buy 100 shares of it right then and there. And so that's how the strategy works. So you can understand not only based on the complexity of the strategy, but also like the fact that you don't want people who are going to like be sweating having to buy stocks at that price level. Typically people with more money are more okay with understanding like, it's cool, like I want to own more Apple at 150, so even better if it drops down to 140. That's fine. And so but it takes a certain level of sophistication to get there. And also, like, you need to have the money so that you can pay for these stocks just in case these put options actually do execute. And so the purpose of a qualifier is to make sure that you are not going to be bringing on any customers who have unrealistic expectations, who are going to be crappy customers, being like complaining about every single trade that executes. You want to qualify customers and filter them out so that like they don't, how should I say, have false aspirations or hope. Yeah, basically the same thing there. So any questions about that? It's actually a good thing because
Yeah.
one of the things that can happen, this happens to copywriting gurus a lot, by the way. What like they don't filter, they don't try to qualify their buyers in any way. Copy that does, but most people don't. And what happens is you end up like selling on a promise, like a $4,000 course.
Yeah.
And then what happens is like, people that buy these things, they're desperate, they're
Yep.
typically poor, and then like life happens. Some people just aren't going to succeed. And so when they don't, all of a sudden they're like, well, how do I get my money back? And
Yeah.
so what happens is they typically, instead of, if they can't get a refund, they'll do what's called a chargeback. And if you do get too many chargebacks on your merchant account, you can basically scuttle your entire business. Like Visa, Amex, MasterCard, they will not do business with you. They will not collect payments for you. And so you want to actually qualify people because it helps with retention, things like that. Now, should qualifiers always be in the start of the copy? The answer is it depends. I know people hate that.
Yeah.
In
It
past
really
promos,
depends.
one of the things that I've seen is like the second section will be like, but this strategy isn't for everybody. In order to pass on, like, move forward, you need to actually like answer a quiz. And the quiz is typically something silly like, are you a go-getter? Are you the type of person who wants to improve their lives? Like, things like that. Then, ridiculous stuff that's not really going to qualify anybody. But one of the things that's happening here, and it's subtle, and that's why Lindsay pointed it out, was the proof points, the people that we tested this on, they're all obviously rich. And so we're planting the seed so that when we get to the point where we are going to be qualifying, like closer to the end, qualifying people, like we filter people out there, but they're not surprised or blindsided by it. So
Yeah, and it's definitely like in terms of qualifiers, like you have to assess like cost benefit. And in this case, if you're going to sell a very expensive product and you're going to have a kind of highly recommended starter portfolio of $25,000, if you don't sort of start qualifying that from the beginning, what's going to happen is what Sean described. People are going to get to the end and they're going to finally discover this and feel really jaded and upset that it's not for them, or they're going to, worst case scenario, buy it and then not be able to take advantage of it, which is going to anger people as well. And like, you don't want to mislead. If you know that your product contains qualifier like that, your tendency as a copywriter might be like, oof, I want to get as many people as possible. So I'm just going to kind of like hide that under the rug. But like, that's the opposite approach that you should have, because it's better that you sort of start qualifying people earlier in the process rather than mislead people and upset them down the line. It's everybody, maybe you'll limit your target audience of prospective buyers, but the people who do buy will be a lot more informed and will be less upset. You will have fewer refunds, fewer headaches, and so that's just the nature of rolling out with products like this that have a baseline starter portfolio of $25,000. You're much better to disclose it early and qualify people early.
Yeah. Another thing too, if just in case the warning, hey, this could ruin a business if you don't do it well, if that doesn't dissuade you from this, well, for most long form copy, like sales letters, copy where you can get royalties from it, it's paid on net. And what that means is it's net of refunds, which means that if you write like a hypey, misleading, like bullshit promo that like costs $5,000, like, hey, yeah, great, you sold $1 million, but also the refund rate was 70%. And so all of a sudden, that money that you thought was going to be coming in, it ain't coming in.
Yeah.
So,
and you also got to realize like the reason why it's so important here, because if you are going to target people who are looking for income and who maybe potentially had their retirements destroyed, like Tom's father, like they're going to be people who are drawn to income, like they don't have a whole lot of money to spend on expensive research services. And so that is like further reason that would compel a copywriter to just make sure that your audience is fully informed. And, this copywriter made a strategic decision. He didn't want to come out and say, full disclaimer in red right here underneath, this copy, hey, you have, in order to take advantage, like he didn't do it that way. And you don't have to, like, you don't necessarily have to disclose that right there. But what he did do is what Sean just highlighted is he started planting the seed to make that revelation down the line.
Yeah. But I've seen promos, and this is just a response to like, how specific is the qualifier? How do you qualify? Do you have any examples? You can lay the groundwork, put some seeds, and then actually, like, as you get towards the offer, you can stop people and be like, hey,
yep,
don't buy.
Don't buy.
That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is with the second section quiz that I implied earlier. That's less common nowadays. It's way less common nowadays. That's another one of those, like, it's fallen out of favor and so it might be new again and worth trying, but we have no idea. The business that we work with in Japan, they actually, for their high ticket or high risk strategies, you are not even allowed to see the copy unless you confirm that you have a certain amount of net worth, like over an amount. Like, you actually have to, like, it's like a porn site where you have to say, yes, I am over 18.
Yeah.
Like, in order to see the copy, they have to confirm that they have a certain amount of net worth. So that's a really interesting qualifier right there. I've never actually seen a American business try that, but it might be worth it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there are a lot of questions about, like, how do you do this? When do you do this? Like, a lot of people are wanting, again, like a prescriptive formula. Like, the best way to understand how to do this is really put yourself in the reader's shoe. And not all products are going to have, guide rails like that. Like, hey, you need a portfolio of this amount of money. It's a lot of money. Like, not every product's going to have that. And so you're not going to need as stronger qualifiers. You're not going to need qualifiers up front, right? So like, it really depends on the product. It really depends on like how strong the requirements are to take advantage. And it's a judgment call on the part of the copywriter about how and when, how strongly to do that and when. Ultimately, with a major rule being, you just don't want to mislead people into buying something that they didn't have a full understanding of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another, like, here's a real example. Alex Hormozy does qualifiers in every single one of his videos. If you have a business generating over, $1 to $10 million, give us a call at acquisition.com. Like, that's a qualifier that counts. And so you can easily have in your headline or have in your deck copy, for this person doing this amount of sales or this person doing this amount, here are the benefits. So, and that's also something that we do at Copy That too, because we're not trying to exploit children for their money. We will always top and tail our copy with, like, hey, if you're not making money, go use our free stuff. This is not for you. Or, hey, like, if you, like, for our ultimate guide to marketing strategy, like, that offer worked really, really well. But we led and ended that promotion with just like, listen, if you're a beginner, you don't want to buy this. So, and it still works, and it works great because now all of a sudden we're not selling to people who aren't going to use it. So, yeah, just to put a pin in this, I think if you qualify them, you will get higher quality leads. And by leads, in this case, we mean customers. And that's absolutely the case. So, anywho, let us press on. So that was a quick lesson about qualifying in copy and how important it is.
Yeah.
You can tell either an amateur, an opportunist, or a grifter if they choose not to do it in their copy. So be on the lookout. So, and here's the actual openish, like, introduction to the letter part. Hi, my name is Tom Dyson. What you're about to read started out as a letter to my father, Edward. Several years ago, a series of events nearly destroyed his retirement nest egg. I set out on a quest to help him find another source of income. The idea I found had nothing to do with dividends, annuities, real estate, or really anything he'd ever considered or heard before. After hearing about the letter and what we were able to accomplish, some of my friends and colleagues thought others might benefit from this idea as well, so they encouraged me to share the story. Let's take a moment to investigate what's going on rhetorically here. We have a lot of intrigue. What you're about to read is started as letter. Okay, explains the open letter component of it. Several years ago, a series of events nearly destroyed his retirement nest egg. Okay, we have like the beginnings of a story here. That's pretty cool. Hold on one second. I'm adjusting my windows. Builds a ton of intrigue, a ton of fascination right there. So we know that over the course of this promotion, we're probably going to learn about those series of events. Stories hook, guys. Seriously. I set out on a quest, also like clearly signaling that there's going to be a story here to help him find another source of income. Hey, implied benefit right there. The idea I found had nothing to do with dividends, annuities, real estate, or really anything he ever considered before or heard before. That's pretty cool. And if you read enough financial promos, you're going to see a line like that basically fucking everywhere. And the reason why is because people have generally heard about most trading strategies at this point. People have generally heard about most investing stuff at this point, especially people who read financial like products and copy. And so you need to have a reason to be able to say like, this isn't what you're expecting. Because if you don't, very close to the beginning of your promo, like identify this as being unique or different, people are just going to tune out. They're going to bucket your idea into something that they've seen before, and they'll lose interest. So in order to attain that novelty, the newness, you need to be able to declare clearly, this is not what you're expecting. We have the best thumbnail designer on the planet, and our thumbnails bring in pretty high CTRs compared to other copywriting channels. So I appreciate that, but we are Gucci. Thank you very much. So, other things. Then we have the implications, the rest of the story. What we were able to accomplish, some of my friends and colleagues thought they might benefit from this as well, so they encouraged me to share the story. All of that provides the premise and the framework for the rest of the letter that we are going to read. So that's amazing. And it's dripping with intrigue. We're interested to learn more. And the cool thing about this is, and this is another component of qualification too, which is this is going to filter out all the people looking for enormous, like become a millionaire in a month kinds of gains. So like, this is obviously for people that are looking for a very particular kind of thing. More income experiment, simple secret. And I thought I saw it elsewhere, but basically the whole point here is to just generate extra income. Like, that's not a huge promise. Like, This is not a like make money buying options like a degenerate kind of idea. It's just focusing on the intrigue and the interest that is there naturally.
I also think it's interesting what he's doing with the last line in italics there. Like there's almost like some implied social proof there.
Oh,
like yeah. This promo, rather than it being like Tom shoving down your throat another like trader idea, this is almost like grassroots building, like grassroots idea. Like, oh, he was so compelled to share this by friends and colleagues that he just like he kind of had to, and just the fact that other people in his circle thought this idea was so compelling that it forced him to share it. That's just like a natural intrigue and attraction element too. If other people thought that this was an idea worth sharing, it's worth listening to.
Absolutely. So let's press on. Dear reader, about a year ago, I set out to find a way my father could generate more income for his retirement. Instant. There's no throat clearing here. It's just right from the first sentence, we're in it. We are learning about the situation. There's no futzing about. You see, Oh, hold on. Does that kind of lead count as a testimonial? Well, we haven't even gotten into the lead yet. Is there a chance that story would have to be proved for legal reasons? You always have to prove your stories for legal reasons. There's two different kinds of story. There's a hypothetical story, totally okay. You just have to signal it in your copy, and you can do that with a few words. Like, imagine there's a person who accomplishes this. Well, what they should expect to see is this, this, and this. That's a hypothetical, totally legal, totally okay, as long as it's not outlandish, as long as it's representative of the thing that you're actually selling. But if you're telling somebody's personal story, yeah, they have to sign off on it. So you can't just make stuff up and copy. I mean, people do all the time. They usually go to copy jail. And by that, I mean they get fined by the FTC. So, and what kind of lead counts as a testimonial? No, we're going to sort of suss out what kind of lead this is in a moment. I have a feeling that it's basically either a secret lead or a promise lead. That's my suspicion. You see, my father is a wonderful man. I love him dearly. He worked hard to provide a good life for my brothers and me, a roof over our heads and food on the table. He sent each of us to college for 4 years, and he made himself available to us too, in the way that separates the good fathers from the great ones. Can I share what I think is what I like about this particular paragraph?
Yeah, what do you like?
Tom Dyson, when he was writing this, was in his 30s or 40s, but the people who buy financial newsletters are typically over their 50s. They're in their retirement.
Yeah.
And so the people that are going to be reading this are going to be people Tom's father's age.
Mm-hmm.
And so what do you do if you want somebody to like you? You compliment them, or in this case, you compliment a proxy of them. You represent the values that this particular demographic aspires to, respects, likes, etc. So one of the cool, interesting subtextual things that's going on here is like he's basically painting his father, that is somebody who's like the reader, like a hero.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool. We didn't kick the football around like other kids. My father went to Oxford University's Christ Church College and is a bit of a nerd to boot. So we made models, built rockets, puzzles, and played with chemistry sets. Real geeky stuff. What's the subtext here? Tom's a smarty pants.
Yeah.
Worth listening to. When I was 11, he got me into stocks. Just like Warren Buffett, actually. And I remember him explaining currency exchange when I was even younger. All that is cred. Like if Kyle Milligan were here and he had control of the annotation thing, he'd just be writing cred, cred, cred. I think he underlines it in yellow when it's supposed to be credibility. That is all implied cred. But despite my father's background, and even though he spent his career in finance, he couldn't stop the stock market crash of 2008 from affecting his retirement. And boom, just like that, a few paragraphs in, we have the fulfillment of a series of events, fascination open loop. So we know that even though he was smart, he did everything right, he had all the values that the people that are reading this respect, even though he did everything that you're supposed to, he still failed through no fault of his own. Just like the reader probably did. So that's pretty cool. That's a cool thing that's going on right there.
Mm-hmm.
Much of his savings disappeared. And by the way, for those of you reading this, the typical MO in most copywriting, especially most common contemporary copywriting, is to be like, I'm sure that you are still reeling from the 2008 crash, and even though you did everything right, it's ham-handed.
Yeah.
The cool thing about doing it this way is that you slip around the defenses of all the people that are worried about being sold too aggressively on something. By doing it this way, you get a chance to speak to more skeptical and more sophisticated readers. And they fill in a lot of the gaps, like, oh, that's the benefit to me. Oh, that's the benefit to me. This doesn't work if you're writing to the gawking rabble. This works if you are targeting a more sophisticated audience.
Yeah, and Tom is gaining your trust and credibility because Tom is excusing you for experiencing the same thing his father did. If somebody who's so well educated, who has a background in finance, who had such a successful career, could still not save his own retirement fund from crashing, then who could have possibly expected you to fare better than, his own father? And so he's gaining a little bit the reader's credibility by kind of giving them a pass.
Absolving them of responsibility.
Absolutely.
Yeah, which is something that you always want to do in your copy. Like, the clearest and fastest way that you can lose a sale is blaming people for what could or could not be their mistakes.
Yep.
Like, nobody wants to feel bad. So don't foist that upon the people reading copy.
Exactly. And when you're ham-handing it, like in the example that Sean said, like, it's not your fault. Like, it's, you're just exacerbating that feeling in people. This is one very subtle, good way of excusing them.
Absolutely. Much of his savings disappeared as Lehman Brothers fell to zero and Citigroup nearly followed suit. This was in, I believe, September of 2008. I could see the carnage coming and tried talking him into selling that rubbish, but he claimed it would trigger a large capital gains tax liability. I always thought that was a bogus excuse. What is going on here? What's going on here? What is this doing? This is doing something pretty cool. I want you to tell me what it's doing.
I think this is amazing. There's like it answers that big objection of like, and also adds more credibility. Like, why are you worth listening to if somebody who is as smart as your father, who's as smart as you, still couldn't save your father's retirement? And something as believable as, like, he didn't want to trigger a large capital gains tax liability. Like, anybody can relate to that and get on board with it. And, it makes sense.
Absolutely. I mean, and another thing too is, like, I'm going to be writing this, like, I'm going to be drawing inspiration from this to write a promo about myself, which is scary, by the way. Like, if you're ever trying to sell yourself, it's always a little intimidating. But, like, I can easily steal a line like this by talking about the fact that, like, I did legitimately predict the recession in 2020. I did predict that the stock market was going to crash. Like, in 2019, I was saying, like, yeah, there's a recession coming. Yeah, it's going to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I could legitimately say, and I have the actual proof of it, of being like, I could see the carnage coming and try to tell my readers to sell to protect themselves. And so, like, I can legitimately say that about myself.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of cool. I'm definitely going to, like, sort of steal this little nugget and sort of slip it into my lead when I do actually write the promo. So, nevertheless,
I think in this paragraph he does a good job of, like, addressing the natural objections that come up in the earlier text, right? Which is like, if your father got destroyed and you're so good at finance, like, how did you not see it coming? How could you not warn him? Well, he's like, I did warn him.
I did warn him.
Yep. I did warn him. Okay, but, like, if your father's such a smart guy and you learn from him and therefore you're such a smart guy, how could he have let this happen? Well, like, he explains it with the fact that he didn't want a big tax liability. Okay, like, that's believable. Done. Like, this is how this came to be. It happened to very smart people, and so it's it's only natural that it happened to you too.
Yeah, further absolution.
Yep.
Which, by the way, when this came out, like, people now, especially people that are getting into finance now or making money now, especially after, like, 2020, they don't realize how utterly devastating 2008 was. They do not understand how terrifying it was for, like, people in their 40s to 80s. Like, it was a calamity. And so one of the things that, really hasn't happened since is the sense of, like, not only could I lose everything that I worked so hard my entire life for, but also, like there's just no safety net for me. like that, like the whole financial industry like could come tumbling down like a house of cards, and nobody's going to know that it could happen sometime soon. So yeah, it's listen, this is all great copy for like that time. We would have to sort of
Exactly.
update it for like the bear market of 2022, the crash of 2020, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a great point, Sean. Like just the simple fact that when this promo came out, people were still reeling from 2008, 2009, and still like there was still like so much doubt swirling. It explains a lot of the subcontext happening in this lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, as a reader, as I'm thinking about this, like taking this structure and bringing it into the modern day, like I have to think about that kind of stuff. You can't just like swipe stuff and not consider context. You have to consider that kind of stuff. I'm repeating myself. Okay. Nevertheless, it was a devastating blow. Everything he'd worked hard for, that's what I was saying, and socked away disappeared in the blink. It's frustrating and painful watching the life savings of the man who taught you everything in this world wiped out in a dramatic fashion. And my God, I tell newbies that they need to learn how to write emotionally all the goddamn time. And that is some emotional writing. That's emotional writing. It's so good.
It's good.
It's better than you. Listen, when I
good.
talk about emotional writing, I don't mean like, oh my God, with the gains and the stuff and the Lambos. No. I mean talking to like the things that people care about, the things that people feel.
And like, why is this emotional, Sean? Like, what about this is emotional?
The man who taught you everything. We've gone from earlier in this particular lead from like, yes, he is upholding all the values that the reader would uphold. He is the emblem, the absolute representative of the man that your father could have been.
Yeah. This is how any newsletter reader of Tom's father's age wants to see themselves.
Yeah.
As the financial head of a family, somebody who's interested in stocks, has invested in stocks, got hit by 2008, 2009. Like this is speaking directly to that person through the vessel of Tom's father.
Yeah.
But it's not just talking about the emotions that Tom's father experienced, the reader experienced. It is coming from the perspective of a family member of the reader, specifically their child. And to hear your son, your surrogate son in this case, talk about how hard it is for him to see you, the reader, struggling, and to like, he actually acknowledges that all of the saving, he's empathizing with the reader. Like he's acknowledging that all my savings were drained away and I lost everything, in some dramatic fashion. And to hear that has caused him pain and frustration is extremely triggering for the reader who wants to see themselves as the hero to their family. Yeah. They don't want to look at their family members and see that they have caused frustration and pain and all of that.
Yeah. No, and that's absolutely the case. Like, you can just imagine the same technique being used for like a cancer, basically a promo about cancer. And like, it's frustrating and painful, watching the man that you always looked up to as being strong reduced to a frail husk of what he used to be. Like, it's the same kind of thing. It is basically the epitome of the A in PAS. It is an agitation. It is meant to amp up the emotionality of what you're talking about. And it's working here really well because it feels very sincere, as Lindsay pointed out.
Yeah, it makes the reader feel seen. Like the reader isn't wanting to show weakness and to his family members, but here Tom is saying, hey dad, like I know it's okay, it's very frustrating, it's like you lost everything, we see you, and the readers feels seen.
Yeah. Now, it's basic Dale Carnegie shit. Everybody
Mhm.
wants to feel valued. Everybody wants to feel seen. This does that really well.
Mhm.
That's what I talk about when I talk about emotional writing.
Yeah.
Today, he's doing okay. I mean, there are millions starving and jobless with crushing debt, folks with real problems in the world. Again, we're still reeling from 2008. But at 65, he should be retired and not working, and especially not worried about income. Hey, we're getting the problem. He does get a modest pension from his former employer, but he supplements his income by working part time as a piano teacher in a small town outside New York. But even that is not enough. Okay. All right. Like a typical story, we have, a sort of hook, like something to like grab a reader. Like this is the initial incipient like tension that's going on. And then you have some sort of problem, like something that the character or the narrator wants. And then the rest of the story is them getting the thing. So this is, I'm just going to jump ahead. This is clearly a story lead. This is a story lead. This is how a story lead looks or can look. It's a unique spin on a story lead because it's approaching it from that open letter angle. And so ultimately, what this is doing is setting the stage for a story to follow, the search for more income. Stay tuned for next week when we return. Anyway, I don't expect the story of my father's fall from fortune to endear him or me to anyone. That sentence is doing a lot there. It's basically saying hey reader, if you're thinking in your head, oh, he's just telling me all this nonsense so that I will buy a thing. This sentence is very clearly saying, hey, I'm not doing that. So it's answering that objection that is arising very quickly and early on in a reader's head. But to see a person you love so dearly have his nest egg cracked and flattened so quickly made a huge impression on me. It took a couple of years to process. Finally, so what is that doing? What is that doing? So finally, about a year ago, what are these sentences doing? It is getting ahead of and answering the objection. Well, why didn't you tell your dad about this idea sooner? Do you see what's going on there? That is expert level copywriting right there. Like, not only does this not sound like copy, like, hey, buy the. That's how copy sounds when most newbies write it. This actually sounds like somebody who cares about the person reading it. It sounds conversational. It sounds just natural. It flows extremely well. And by doing that, it naturally overcomes those objections very seamlessly, very smoothly. We lost Lindsay. Oh no. We'll press on. I started thinking of ways I could help my father out of his retirement jam. Around the same time, I was also making some changes in my own life, which put me in a better position to look for answers. Just imagine this were a movie. That would be like the narrator, like indicating that we're going to switch to the new scene. It's a story lead. This is a story lead. You know what it is. All right. Meet wealthy Uncle Mark. Hey, hey. I began working with a wealthy individual whose ideas I've been featuring in my Palm Beach Letter newsletter. He has become a mentor of mine and something of a second father figure. He's Uncle Mark to my two young sons and a natural born moneymaker. By the way, imagine that you were trying to write a sales letter for a person, a guru, somebody who's rich. Your natural inclination is probably going to be like, oh, I'm gonna write the sales letter from the perspective of that rich person, telling about like, oh, how cool I am, how rich I am, how many Nissan Altimas that I have. I don't know what rich people own. Like, I spend my money on Tool shirts and books. That's about it. Yes, Michael Masterson, Mark Ford, the writer of great leads, all that. And so, ultimately, like the natural inclination for most newbie to, I would say, intermediate copywriters is to always write from the perspective of the person that they're trying to sell. What they don't realize is that you can often gain more credibility and even greater credibility by talking about that person from an alternative perspective. I talk a lot on this channel and in our videos and streams about like coming at an idea laterally or from a slant. And most amateurs don't understand that you can speak to a much more sophisticated and wealthier audience not by using your typical like, and I like, made $1 billion on Wall Street, and I quit, and I with the hedge fund and the money and the Lambos and the stuff. It's sometimes much more, how should I say, nuanced and interesting and compelling if you talk about discovering a person's secrets from the third person. And by that, I mean, like, imagine if you had a promo and you were trying to sell, oh, I don't know, Jordan Belfort. Your natural inclination might be to write the promo from Jordan Belfort's perspective. Here are the secrets that I learned about making all this money and selling and yada, yada. But how cool would it be to actually, sell it from the perspective of somebody who learned from him, who actually like got to know Jordan Belfort, who actually was invited deeper into his VIP circle, got greater access than anybody else before. Well, now all of a sudden that's very compelling. And now that allows you to actually explore these things without making Jordan Belfort seem like a braggart. Which, by the way, like if I were trying to sell to like 14-year-olds who like just want more money and like want a Lamborghini and stuff like that, I'd like put on 2 gold watches, I like constantly call people brokies and stuff like that. And so like, I'd basically be bragging about how like this is the best and like we got the most the stuff. Like I'd be bragging. But I'm not trying to sell to those kinds of people. I'm trying to sell to something a little bit more sophisticated. And so you don't want to do that if you're trying to do that. Does that make sense? Mastering the copy voice. The voice gets me every time. Lindsay, welcome back.
Thank you. It's that Wi-Fi again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you were trying to exploit the desperate and the ignorant and the young for money, do that. Yeah. So, unlike my father, Mark Ford grew up with very little. He had to fight and claw his way out of the lower middle class household of 10 in Long Island. He had chips on both shoulders, and because he lacked the connections and access a background of privilege provides, he had to explore different avenues for blazing his personal trail of wealth in the world. Pretty cool. We are building up Mark's cred here. This is some building up of cred. After college, he sold watches, jewelry, grandfather clocks, sunglasses, and magazines. He got involved in a roofing business, carpentry, and wood installation. As his wealth and businesses grew, eventually he owned restaurants and art galleries. He started several publishing companies, health clubs, and an ad agency. What is going on in these paragraphs, guys? What's happening here, aside from building up Mark as this, like, wealthy figure?
He's a common man.
He's a common man. Even though he's rich, he did it through hard work, diligence. He freaking nutted up and made money out of nothing. How cool is that?
He's like you. Yep. He understands your challenges to building wealth. Things that have held you back also held him back.
Absolutely.
And he found a way to overcome them.
It makes him feel relatable to the people and the values in the audience that you're speaking to.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Like, listen, you can attract a certain kind of audience by talking about like making a ton of money as a copywriter. But you get a totally different audience if you are talking about somebody making a lot of money selling watches, jewelry, grandfather clocks, and sunglasses. Like, those are 2 different audiences that you would build up cred for. Like, getting rich as a copywriter is one way. Getting rich selling watches and grandfather clocks, that's a totally different demographic that you're suddenly speaking to and appealing to. Keep that in mind. So, along the way, He wrote books about his how he wrote books about his bootstraps approach to generating wealth, several of which became New York Times bestsellers, including Automatic Wealth, Ready Fire Aim, basically the classics of copywriting that everybody should read. I won't get into the details, but today he's got enough money for several lifetimes. One of the common mistakes that a lot of newbie copywriters make is the feeling that in order to present somebody as being really rich, you have to say, hey, here's how he got to $50 million. Here's how he got to $100 million. But if you read this, are you going to assume at any point that this dude is not stinking rich?
Mhm.
That's what you're going for. And you don't need a specific number to do that. This is still specific without ever naming a number. So, real estate holdings throughout South Florida and on several continents too. When the markets crashed in 2008, he actually made money.
That right there is the good.
Oh,
yeah, the good line.
Kicker, man. It's totally a kicker. So that's so cool. It's so cool how they do that. As good as he is at spotting ideas on his own, he's even better at helping others do the same. What is going on there? Not only is this dude a credible, natural-born wealth builder,
who actually made money
when
everyone else lost money.
Yeah, as opposed to my dad who lost money. He also is a person who's worth listening to. He's a person who, if you knew this dude, you'd make money, which both Lindsay and I can attest that this is absolutely true. So that's a soft testimonial for Mark Michael Masterson Ford. So last year, as I began thinking about ways to help save my father's retirement, Mark helped me look at my own past. Cool. You see, I've spent the last 20 years in the financial industry, and I've been playing a very different game. Twist, intrigue. Oh my God, I need to know more. My approach kept me safe during the 3 major financial meltdowns that occurred during my work as an investment analyst, manager, and advisor. And I had by the way, how much better is this sentence than, and by the way, I am a professional, registered, certified investment analyst, manager, and advisor who worked at Citibank.
Yeah.
He slips it in subtly. He builds cred. He puts the B in subtle. Rather than like braggingly coming out and being like, I'm a professional investment analyst with 20 years on the street. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah.
But when he says it this way, you barely even notice it. It just sounds like a credible person speaking.
Yep.
That's good copy.
And this right here is answering like this big objection, a big point, which the reader is naturally kind of mentally going to be reaching for at this point, which is like why new? Why now? Or why now? Like, what new is happening? What's new about this? Like, why now are you introducing this thing to me? And what's new about it? And what Tom is doing is the way that he sets it up, he's kind of leading into these objections, which is like, if your father couldn't save his retirement, if you couldn't help your father save his retirement, like, why are you worth listening to? And what Tom is doing is he's saying, like, Mark is this new element that was introduced, and he's setting it up to show how the two of them together, this blend of like Mark's traditional wealth building principles married with the fact that Tom was a successful trader, is like what is new and interesting about this idea, and adds like a why now all of a sudden am I hearing about this to it. And so I think it's really important what is happening here, because as I'm reading, like, those are the natural things like I'm kind of thinking is like, if you guys are so great, how, like, why was your father's retirement destroyed?
Mm-hmm.
And And like, that doesn't really necessarily make me want to listen to you. Like, how can you convince me? I'm already skittish. I just went through 2008, 2009. I'm already reticent to invest again, to try another strategy. Like, how are you going to help me overcome those emotions? And this is exactly how he's doing it. It's by introducing Mark as somebody who kind of knows more than him, who has a system that Tom inherited and learned and applied to his own already kind of successful career.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And just another note on that too. What's interesting about this too is, in most promos, you're trying to build out the credibility for one person. It's very rare that you'll see a promo that actively undercuts the guru and positions somebody else as being better, smarter, faster, harder, whatever the Daft Punk song is. And so ultimately, like, what's very interesting that's going on here is that not only is Tom representing himself as a very credible, trustworthy, like, cool. Sorry, can you hear
Empathetic.
the horn happening in the
Yeah,
background?
I do.
Yeah.
Is your car being broken into?
Probably. It is Baltimore after all.
Yeah.
But he's also basically saying, like, I'm also humble too. Like, I had to learn some stuff from a dude who just has more experience than me. And the cool, interesting psychological aspect of that is you actually make yourself seem more credible when you admit and acknowledge that you learned things from people who knew more than you. Like, it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, there's no such thing as a self-made man. And guess what? Arnold Schwarzenegger is a way more credible person than somebody who says, like, I'm a self-made man. I made $1 million from nothing. The horn at the back is getting tilted too. Who wrote this copy? I actually don't know. Lindsay, do you happen to know?
I don't.
It might have been Tom himself.
I actually don't know who wrote this. Yeah, it could have been. I'm obviously Tom weighed very heavily on this copy.
Yeah,
it was very much like that they're selling very then like
Lindsay, you broke up a bunch right there. I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I doing okay now?
Yeah.
Am I doing okay now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's interesting how the selling is like so much softer. It was so much softer than what it became. Like, even if you scroll to the beginning, I don't know, the lines that he says, it's just so much like from the very beginning. Scroll down. That last, like, even here, I'm sharing it with you today because I was encouraged by friends and colleagues to share it with you. Like, it's just so much more soft-handed than like promos ended up becoming in the subsequent years.
How do you identify the psychological elements when you're reading this copy? I've just read enough copy, and I've read enough in life, and I know enough, and I know enough copywriters and know enough tactics and strategies and principles that I can just see a line and say, okay, what's going on here? And it's very much like a muscle. Readers that are not accustomed to copy, they're not familiar. Like Kyle Milligan talks about the language of copy. You haven't learned the language of copy yet. And the language of copy is all about subtext, like what is being said beyond the words. The other question that I got is about telling stories in cart abandonment flows and welcome flows. And as I said at the beginning of the stream, I will not be answering off-topic questions unless you donate $5. But listen, I have a butler. My butler, he does a lot of work. He wants his own butler. How am I going to get my butler a butler if I don't get $5? Come on. So,
remind me of your butler's name again.
Oh, Jonathan Higginschmiggenbottom.
How do you remember your Higginschmiggenbottom? How do you remember that?
I'm pretty sure I just made it up again. Anyway,
it's not as simple as mine, Jerry.
Yeah. And so, very simply, yeah, I do that so because I have a tendency to get distracted during these conversations, and so like if you pay me, it's worth the distraction. So let's move on. Aha. My approach kept me safe, and I had gradually developed and perfected a low-risk investment strategy that consistently produced income regardless of what the economy, central banks, and financial markets were doing. The core of the strategy is not new. Big banks and brokerages, as well as super wealthy individuals, have been using it to produce large, stable streams of income for decades. By the way, all of this is sort of subtly reaffirming the quality of the front end that people already own when they're seeing this promotion. Palm Beach Letter. The people that are reading this particular promotion are already readers of Tom. They are already getting exposed to this low risk strategy. And so what this is doing is effectively reaffirming and reselling not only the strategy, but also the quality and the reasons for it again. And you want to do that in this case because later on, spoiler alert, we're going to be introduced to a new strategy. And the natural objection of the reader is going to be, well, if you're selling me safe, stable, low risk, makes money even during downturns, why would I want to fuck around with this new thing? So this is, again, priming the pump based on the values of the people that are going to be reading this. So in my Citigroup days, again, just subtle, humble bragging right there. I love it. Humble bragging and copy. It's good. Do it. The traders I worked with used it all the time. They loved it because the money it produced was low risk and nearly automatic. It's dividend investing. It was and is the preferred income producing strategy for these financial elites because it is a way of gaming the system. Ooh. Everybody wants to one up Wall Street. Everybody wants to. That's just totally a thing that they want. Even though it is mathematically nearly impossible to beat the market. One billionaire investor I know used a version of this strategy to make a small fortune in railroads as the markets were crashing in 2008. I'm pretty sure that's Warren Buffett. It's just value and dividend investing.
Yeah, but look at what subtly happened here. A few paragraphs up, you were being led to believe that this was his strategy. Even though he's saying it's not new, he's saying like my approach, it's something I had gradually developed and perfected, and use consistently produced income. You're still thinking it's his strategy, it's his proprietary way. And then he says the core of it's not new. So again, like the core of it, people have been doing all the time, but you're still thinking it's his strategy. And then now all of a sudden you're like, wait, Jim Rogers used your strategy? Like now, so he's this, and this is very common in copy too. Now you are thinking that like he's dropping names, he's name dropping and closely aligning that with some proprietary, system that he had uncovered or developed. And it just adds a ton of credibility.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing. And again, a lot of newbie writers miss this, which is credibility is like the dust on a moth's wings. The lightest touch, and you get some of that dust on yourself. Look at this. We're probably not going to hear from Jim Rogers again, but Jim Rogers, whom I met in Singapore a few years back, has admitted to using another version of this strategy. Here's the thing. Like, if he's...
Just because you met this guy, it doesn't mean that he's using Tom's strategy, but that's what you think.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. Like, what are the notions that people are getting about Tom's investing strategy? That it's safe, it's used by billionaires, it's used by the super elite, it's used by super investors, like variants of it. And all of it's true because he explicitly said at the very beginning, the core of this strategy is not new. So
love that.
Here we go. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's just name dropping. And again, it's like,
I know who I met. I know people I know are using using the core of my strategy, yeah, it's just all credibility dust.
Yeah.
And then he buttons it.
Yeah. I
Mark
know.
suggested I modify. Oh, later. Sorry, I'm moving ahead,
Oh,
Sean.
sorry,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
sorry. I want to finish this.
Yeah.
I know of another professional investor who reportedly made roughly $552,000 this summer using this idea. That could have been the guru. That could have been literally a friend of his that uses this. As long as you have the proof, you can actually show legal, like, this is how much a person made in profits. You can use it. So there you go. Mark suggested I modify the idea for my father, which I did. So that's pretty cool. So this strategy that we've been introduced to, the current income strategy that we were introduced to in the deck copy, now we are being teased about like how cool it is, how much it's used by the wealthy elite, how it games the system, how it's nearly automatic. We're getting all the implied benefits and features of this particular thing, but it's being presented in a very fascinating and intriguing way by being attached to people that like the reader probably respects and wants to be like. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. So, in fact, Mark liked the idea so much, he even offered to let me test the idea on his own money. Again, we're coming back to the story. Super cool. At first, the prospect made me uncomfortable. What if I lost my dear mentor's money? But Mark quickly reminded me this was one of the brightest quality ideas he'd ever seen. Again, come on. We've just spent a couple of pages building up Mark Ford as being like this, like everyman, relatable, super smart, genius millionaire dude. And like to have in copy, this is one of the highest quality ideas he'd ever seen. It's not the best. You don't need to use the word best. One of the highest quality ideas he'd ever seen. That's pretty cool. That's a lot of cred. That's a lot of proof and backup that this particular idea is worth listening to. Now, I got a question for most of the audience, and you, Lindsay, feel free to answer as well. We've read some financial promos together on this. We've looked at some financial promos. Most of the people listening have probably seen a financial promo or two in some swipe file somewhere. So, how many charts have we seen so far?
Nada.
Nada. Not a thing. So just to answer this question very quickly while people come in and talk about the surprising lack of charts in this financial promotion. So do you guys basically just saying it without saying it implicitly, but how do you know that the reader will get the message you're trying to say? And here's the thing, you don't.
Yeah.
You write this way when you're writing to a more sophisticated audience. It shoos away all the people that this would not be right for. That's, again, looping back to the beginning. You can qualify a reader in many different ways. One of the ways you can qualify a reader is simply by writing a little bit differently, by writing more implicitly. By writing this way, you get rid of all the people that are hunting for a fortune, that are trying to make $1 million trading stocks. You don't want to sell to those people anyway. They're terrible fucking customers.
Yeah.
And so by writing this way, you're writing to somebody who is actually able to do a little bit more of that mental legwork. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, but if I can step back for a second, because this is the second question that Doom has asked that's really around the subtext of copy and like reading between the lines. And like I can see how somebody coming at this for the first time, like they're watching Sean and I like it seems like we're pulling out of nowhere. Like, how do you know this is what that person is subtly meaning? Like, how do you know that's what they're trying to say without explicitly saying it? Like, I can understand how that is extremely overwhelming. And the
Look at
prospect
her overcoming your objections. That's what she's doing right now. That's the subtext of what she's doing right now.
Yeah, and like I can see how it just feels like an impossibility that you could actually be the person like writing the stuff if you can't even understand this, how to see basic subtext here. But you being here, this is one of the best ways to actually like learn that subtext. And I can promise you, like, the more that you tune in to copy breakdowns, the more that you will start to discover, like, the beats are kind of all the same. After a while, you will see us break down like so much copy that we'll just like you'll find that we're just kind of saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, and you'll be like, yes, this, credibility, this, and you just that the insights that we're saying, they kind of become your own. And then when you actually kind of sit down to write, and you get to the point where you're talking about my strategy, and then it was, the basis of it has been used by famous copy or famous investors of the last 100 years, and all of a sudden, like, you are naturally writing using the same strategies that you have seen over and over and over and over again in copy breakdowns. And again, like, some of this is formulaic. For example, there are only so many different types of lead. There are only so many different types of leads, for example. Story lead, we said this was. And so, like, some of it's very prescriptive and formulaic, and some of it is just practice and tuning in. And so once you kind of are around long enough and you understand some basic formula, some basic structure, and then follow along enough in the way that, what Sean and I are doing here, you will just naturally start to repeat those same motions for yourself, if that makes sense.
Your camera was glitching a little bit, by the way, but I heard everything that you said.
Okay.
So hopefully everybody else.
Hopefully everybody heard it. Well. Sorry, guys.
Is Comcast still being a little crappy?
Yeah, it is. I just checked about the service down.
Oh, yeah.
I will keep my spiels to a minimum now because I don't want to make this not valuable for everybody. So
you can be the Charlie Munger to my Warren Buffett. Just
I
like
will.
I'll say a thing and then you can just jump in and be like, here's a pithy single sentence thing.
I'll be pithier. Okay. For so all of our sanity.
We'll just maximize pith.
Let's do it.
That's what the people want, Lindsay. They want pith.
Pith. Okay. Got it.
All right. If done properly, the chances of losing his money were very low. He insisted. I relented. And he agreed to invest what for him was a token amount to put my strategy to the test, $125,000. For most people alive, here's a check for $125,000 is not a token amount of money. So again, there are a few things that are clearly going on here. One, we are establishing that this is a strategy that worked for a person that had money. We're establishing that this particular amount of money was nothing to this man. The implication there being that this man had a lot of money. So, hold on really quick. Related question. I guess there are more copy breakdowns in Patreon. Go to youtube.com/copythat. Go to the live tab. There are a ton of copy breakdowns there for free, not only of like other people's copy, but also like critiques of like newbie copy and us trying to help people become better for free. If you want your copy critiqued, you have to shell out some of that money so I can give it to my butler's butler. In patreon.com/thecopythatshow, there are also examples of like certain copy breakdowns. There's a dozen of them at this point. We have a lot in the Patreon. I'm not going to give a spiel. But yeah, if you want more copy breakdowns, we'll be doing these streams and also there's stuff for free. So the experiment. Hold on. Sean, I'm addicted to your teaching. I hope that there's a rehab facility for you. If I don't learn from you, a day is like I'm not complete. From the little I have learned, I was able to write this. Listen, I appreciate you. And I hope that I can have some small measure of impact and assistance in your life. I am delighted to hear that I'm able to help you. Please don't be addicted to me. I'm not the coolest. I'm definitely not the coolest. Feel free to go and learn from other people and, explore the world. So it's an open relationship is what I'm trying to say. The experiment, shall we? To me, 125 grand is a lot of money. Okay, it's like call and response. You show and then you tell. The thing that the person was implicitly thinking, we've just explicitly said it. And considering my relationship with Mark, I did not want to disappoint him. On May 25th, 2011, look at that specificity, I spotted some unusual activity in a key corner of the gold markets. Look at that specificity, but also, like, what does it mean to spot some unusual activity? Notice how this feels very specific without actually telling you what he did. That's how you keep intrigue going, man. That's so cool. So good. It was ripe for this strategy. That is selling cash secured puts. Mark's broker, Dominic, good guy, punched 17 characters into a web browser on his office computer. 17 characters. Again, specific. We have no way of knowing what this is about. Every transaction comes with its own unique code. Really quick, aside from intrigue, which we've already established that that's what's going on here, but what is this? What is all this doing? While I'm waiting for your responses to hear what you think is going on here, do them really quick. Don't apologize. Don't feel like you have to explain. You're good. Everybody learns. The reason why we do this stuff is because we know that everybody needs to learn. We're not coming on stream to make fun of you, unless you write really bad copy. We're only coming on stream because we're doing this stuff because it's going to benefit you. So don't let go of the fear. You're not going to get everything your first 1, 5, 15 pieces of copy that you read. Let go of that fear. Let go of that anxiety. You're fine. Get what you can. And what's going to happen is you're going to realize that it's like a snowball. You're going to pick up this idea. You're going to see this thing. You're going to pick up this. You're going to pick up this. And pretty soon, you're going to be an expert. So do not worry about asking questions. Just understand that learning copywriting is a process. It is not an event. We don't expect you to be an expert. We don't expect you to get everything right away. Yes, this is ultra specific. Oh man, it's maxing out specificity here. But here's another thing too. It's also foreshadowing and foregrounding what the reader is going to have to do to execute this strategy. It is subtly, oh so subtly, letting readers know that this is a thing that they can expect from the product. This not only raises sales, it also boosts retention because then people are not blindsided and surprised by what they get as opposed to what they were expecting. Do you guys see how subtle and kind of cool that is? It's literally almost instructing you what you're going to have to do in order to execute this stuff.
But also, and this is characteristic of every backend. Sorry, I'll try to be pithy. This is very characteristic of a lot of most backend promos. Is like, you can't do this yourself. That is the implication. But it's easy. It is easy. Look how easy it is. Within an hour, Mark had this much money in his account. It's very easy so long as you stay plugged into the guru and the product, because it's difficult to analyze all of the markets and be able to pick out one, tiny corner of the gold market as being ripe for a strategy. Tom can do it because of his 20 years of experience, right? And so that is another thing it's subtly doing, is it's like marrying you to the product. You cannot get the benefits without the product.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Listen, and that's just 4 little paragraphs. And it's doing so much. But again, we know that it's doing this stuff because I've seen this in 8 other promotions. This was done specifically, the strategy, not the words themselves. They were swiped and then plumped right here. And it's specific because it's specific to Mark and the actual things that were done historically. ChatGPT could not have written this because, ChatGPT can't run a beta test with Mark's money, for example. So ChatGPT is always going to lack specificity. So ultimately, all this copy, it's having all those layers of meaning that are somewhat formulaic. The actual subtext, like I've seen this before, but it's specific to the idea of the promotion. That's how you're able to take something that's like kind of ordinary, kind of something that's been done before, but make it feel new, unique, specific to what you're writing about. Keep all that in mind. The next opportunity happened soon thereafter. This time, a pocket of the oil and gas industry was expressing some unusual behavior. Its participants were exhibiting the right mixture of fear and greed. One of the telltale signs of a Palm Beach income opportunity, as I'll explain later. Can we just talk about that for a second? That it's not even a full sentence. It's just half of a sentence, and it's doing like 3 things. Sorry, I'm like a husky or a golden retriever. I see things. I'm like, oh my god, it's so cool. So, one of the telltale signs. Okay, telltale signs. What are the implications? What do you feel? What are your notions when you hear the words telltale sign? That it's easy. That if you just had the secret, that if you just knew what to do, you'd be able to do this. Telltale signs. It's clear. Okay. Ruben, you beat me to it. Yes, it opens a loop, as I'll explain later. If you want these telltale signs, you're going to have to keep reading. Now, another cool thing that it's doing is subtly introducing the name of the product. Like the strategy, the mechanism, it's giving a name to the actual product. So when you go to buy the Palm Beach Income newsletter, you're not surprised. This is actually very rare, and I'm not sure if it's best practice for a financial newsletter. It's something I would want to retest, absolutely. But on page 4, like, you typically don't see the name or even a hint at the product until like page 30 of a promotion. But I think it works here because it's not saying, oh, and there's this thing that you can buy called Palm Beach Income. No, it's saying it is a type of opportunity. Like, I'm trying to think of a really good example.
Yeah, he's naming a category of opportunities, not
Yeah.
a product. It just so happens that the product is also called Palm Beach Income.
But again, like, remember what I said about the dust of moth's wings.
Yeah. Yes.
Like, now that you are getting in your head and getting it drilled into your head, like, oh, there are certain types of opportunities. These are Palm Beach Income opportunities. Palm Beach Income, Palm Beach Income. That becomes subconsciously associated with these particular kinds of opportunities. And so when all of a sudden you get a chance to buy these opportunities, you carry with you all that dust that you've accumulated. So it's a really complex, really deep thing that's going on there. It's kind of cool. Like, I still don't know if it's the best thing to do, but it's interesting. I've seen it done before. It worked for this, and it's worked elsewhere. So maybe. One way that I've actually utilized a similar thing was, I wrote a promotion for James Altucher about some code that he wrote, basically a trading algorithm that screened stocks and spotted trading opportunities. And I named his algorithm, which we use. I actually had to learn how to code Python for this. We use machine learning and a genetic algorithm to figure out the variables within the trading strategy that were actually most responsible for the biggest gains. And I called the program AlphaBrain, sort of like the Joe Rogan thing. And I introduced the name AlphaBrain, and like, part of my promo was the story of like the discovery and invention of AlphaBrain. What was the name of the product? The weekly AlphaBrain alert. So again, it was just sort of like subtly like getting people to associate the opportunity and the gains and their aspirations with the thing. And so when we finally gave people a chance to buy the thing, they came into it with all those preconceived notions, aspirations, other things like that.
Yeah, and we also have to remember this is a warm audience. They already have Palm Beach products, Palm Beach Daily, Palm
Mhm.
Beach Letter, Palm Beach. They already have a very clear idea that Palm Beach equals money, Palm Beach equals mark, Palm Beach equals wealth. So this is just about income. Like
Mhm.
it's keeping it very, very broad and simple, almost as a way to like overcome what will ultimately become a little bit of complexity with the actual tradiness, right? And actually how
Absolutely.
to execute these trades.
Yeah.
It's trying to keep it a little bit simple. This is ultimate. Remember, this is about income. It's about income, 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 income. It's kind of like beating you in the head with it.
Yeah. Like earlier when I explained put options and how to do them and how they work, how many of you were like, what the hell is Sean talking about?
Yeah. What is this even about?
What?
Yeah.
Huh? But look at how the copy is framing it. It's framing it as find unusual activity, punch
Pocket
in some
income.
numbers, get money.
Get money. Yeah.
So that's what's being used here to build up and frame something somewhat complex as being simple and easy to do. It's coaching people.
Yeah.
When we're talking about copy, you think about like some of the other videos that we did, rather than what we're doing here on the stream, this is pretty advanced. Like we're trying to give you tips and strategies for like getting your foot in the door, like getting a toehold on these concepts. We try to keep it simple so that like you can advance. Copy is supposed to do the same thing. Give people a chance to like get a toehold on the idea by approaching it very simply and then advancing them. It's like advancing somebody through the stages of awareness in that way. I was going to say one other thing about this, which is I don't know if I want to use the B word without Rod here, but a lot of this works. This particular naming schema works because of branding. The people that saw this were already familiar with the Palm Beach brand. They already had preconceived notions and things attached to this concept. People watching this, people reading this are like, why is it Palm Beach income? The people who are reading this would not have that question because of the brand, because of what they've been exposed to in the past. Anyway, I know it's talking about brand stuff. Ugh, it's so dirty. How dare we talk about brand? This is direct response. Within the hour, this amount of money appeared in Mark's account. And also, look at how specific that number is. It's not about $450. It feels like a realistic number because it is one. On June 22nd, 2 more transactions led to instant income payouts of this amount and this amount. What's more important, branding or copy? The answer is yes. Like that, you can't answer that question. More important, like it's always contextual. On June 22nd, again, specific. 2 more transactions led to instant income payouts of this amount and this amount. Exactly. 1 week later, on June 29th, he performed this transaction 4 separate times in a single day. Boom, 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 boom equals this amount. Not bad for a day's work. What is that doing there? What's that doing there? How many of you have made $2,224.94 in a single day?
That's stoking your greed glands.
It's milking them. It's like a
Milking 'em.
cow's tit, just going up and being like, "Oh yeah, greed, greed, greed,
And
greed,
look how
greed,
easy
greed."
it was. Mark didn't do anything. Tom did all the work for him. Mark
Yeah,
just sat back, and it's as if Tom just was dropping these checks into his bank account.
yep. Yeah, it feels easy. It feels automatic. It feels instant. Oh, so good. Not
And
bad for a day's work.
yeah, and if you thought for a second that I'm, fooling you into I'm going to teach you something you already know about, you already tried whatever, like he follows up with this line. These income payments, they're not dividends, it's not special dividends, not bond payments, not anything with which you're likely familiar.
Now, this is contextual as well. So, Palm Beach Letter, the front end, focuses on dividends. There was a big special report written by Tom's assistant Grant about special dividends. So, the people reading this are already going to be familiar with this. They might already be thinking about it. Bond payments at the time they were trying to launch a bond product or anything with which you're likely familiar with. Again, this is here to overcome the objection of, well, this is just what you're talking about in the front end. Why do I need this? So, and also, one thing I want to point out is the dream state desirable, achievable, but realistic. Like, listen, $2,224 in a day, it feels big. It feels really big. But in the grand scheme of life,
Yep.
is it actually? Is this going to clear your debt? Is this going to cover your chemotherapy? Is this going to buy your mom a house? No. But it feels big for somebody desiring of more income.
Yep.
So, companies weren't sending these payouts either. Oh, it's not a royalty. My strategy involves publicly traded companies, but it operates in a financial sphere that is less than 1/10 the size of the New York Stock Exchange.
Wow, look at that intrigue.
Look at that intrigue. Anyway, at this point in our experiment, we were 8 for 8 in generating instant income with Mark's money.
Safe.
It's safe and certain. I want to make a point about this too. When you're selling put options, the chance of you generating income is 100%. That's literally how the contract works. You sell the put, you get the money. Now listen, it happens every single time you do it. That doesn't mean you're going to be guaranteed to make money on this every time. After all, stocks go up and down. But here's the thing. What is more credible? My trading strategy works 100% of the time to generate income. Or, hey, we did this experiment using my system. We were 8 for 8 in our testing trades with Mark's money.
Way more believable.
Way more believable.
And to be clear, what Sean is saying is if you did it 50 times, you will generate instant income. But what is actually more believable in this instance?
Yeah.
It's actually like the lower number rather than saying 100%, rather than making an extreme number, because people don't understand options and how it works. And what he's actually talking about is generating instant income, not how you commonly think of stocks in terms of like appreciation, right? And so in this case, that lower number, 8 for 8, is actually more credible.
So Nick says dimensionalization. I actually just wrote a very long newsletter about how to dimensionalize. Here's a dimensionalization. My strategy involves publicly traded companies. It operates in a financial sphere less than 1/10 the size of the New York Stock Exchange. So that's a dimensionalization as well. It literally gives dimension to a financial sphere. So out of the whole world of publicly traded companies, you have in your mind, oh, that's big. Well, we're getting into this other space that is much smaller.
It's dimensionalization that implies little known exclusivity, secret, without saying, the secret sector of the stock exchange.
Yeah. So, anyway, yeah, I just want to point out that, like, a lot of people, your finfluencers, your trading gurus, they, they will advertise like, 100%, trading success, 90% trading success. The algo was right 95% of the time. I have found much more success in my copy shooting for between 65 and 85% win rates. And I'm not making those numbers up. We're just backtesting and analyzing strategies that fall within that range. And that's because unless you're an idiot, you already have the notion that sometimes trades don't work out. only people that have no experience, people that are basically trying to buy a lotto ticket, they are the people that are going to be allured by, out of 749 trades, all 100% of them made money. So you have to be careful with that kind of stuff. And again, as I was saying earlier, a lot of what this is doing is qualifying people, saying, hey, if this is not right for you, shoo, go away. We do not want you. The newsletter that I'm reading, or the newsletter that we are publishing every week at copythatshow.com?
So I think we can clarify it. So if you want to subscribe to the newsletter, we publish it every week. Go to copythatshow.com, sign up with your email address. It's free. Yeah. We send it out every week. We do not post it on the site. If you want access to the full archive of issues, including Sean's tremendous piece about dimensionalization and how to do it, you can sign up. Join us at patreon.com/thecopythatshow for the full back archive of the newsletter issues. That's how you can get it.
Look at that pitch. Lindsay's really good at pitching.
That's what
She's
we're talking
much more
about.
Trustworthy than me, so it's better coming from her mouth than mine.
Yeah. And this person is asking, they want to paste copy here for a critique.
Yeah.
While we would absolutely love to help you out, we understand that it's limited for some people to be able to participate in. By the way, what I'm talking about is if you sign up for the Patreon, you get access to all of the Discord channels, and you get to participate in. Anybody can participate in our Whetstone Wednesday copy critiques, but if you are a patron member of our Patreon, you actually can submit your copy there, but you have to be a paying member. And unfortunately, Zena, while we would love to critique your copy here, it's just not fair to everyone who pays for that service for you to kind of skip ahead and get in line. So we do try to put in some barriers of entry to the copy critiques, and that was kind of the lowest barrier that we could potentially come out with that kind of prohibits us from having to look at like so much copy that we don't possibly have time for anything else. We get enough submissions every Wednesday that we can actually go through it in a matter of several hours. But we can't, just do it for free to everyone as much as we would love to.
Lindsay, thank you.
Yeah.
And also, Fortune Zena, thank you as well. Again, we're trying to do stuff to help people, but it is actually a business. We're trying. Here. So, you need to leave soon. I have other work that I need to do.
Yes.
We got through about 5 pages of this, and I think we shared a lot of insights and talked about a lot of concepts. This was definitely not copy 101. This was not how do I write my first email, or how do I get a client.
Yeah.
What we've been talking about over the last 2 hours has been way more complex and way more nuanced. This is not the kind of stuff that most people expect from newbie copywriters. And it's not the kind of stuff that you're going to be able to do easily for many years. And so treat everything that we've been talking about not as oh, I have to do this. Treat it instead as, this is one way to do this, one way that I can aspire to. And if I were writing in a different context than trying to sell a candle with a PPC ad, you would want to learn and study and build up your skill set so that you can get to this point.
Absolutely. And remember, we just dumped so much information in your brain. You are not expected to, you will not know how to use a fraction of it for a long time yet. Remember this, we started out this stream by telling people the story of Sean saving this promo years ago, him having an idea 2 years ago that he's now following up on, and marrying this past sales letter with that idea. This was a multi-step, multi-year process, and his subconscious is kind of percolated it up into his conscious. And that is how, he came to have the idea, which was to write a letter to his daughter for the other business, DIY Wealth. And so, some of this stuff that we have dropped into your brain today, you won't know how to use it for some time. But trust that if you keep showing up, you keep participating, keep paying attention, you'll start to pick up the common threads, the common beats, and in probably a shorter amount of time than you realize, you will actually start to be able to put pen to paper and generating some of this stuff.
Yeah. It's, I this was a delight for me, but it's also just to, dimensionalize what Lindsay just said. Like this stream was 10 years in the making. Like this promo went out about 10 years
If we think
ago.
about it that way, yeah.
Yeah. It like the idea that I have that drew together all that, it's been going on for 10 years.
Yeah.
And so like most of you have not even known about copy for 10 years. And so slow the fuck down.
Yeah.
Don't worry so much about having to know everything. Like as your career progresses and as you get more experience, this stuff is going to sound and become much clearer to you, much simpler to you.
Yeah.
Just get those toeholds. And
Yes.
I imagine it's a lot like a freshman undergrad going to like an advanced like seminar about quantum mechanics and the discrepancies between pilot wave theory and the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. Like most people listening probably don't understand what the hell I just meant, but they heard a lot of words, and maybe one day you might stumble across a YouTube video about those things that I just said, and you'll watch it and you'll learn something and be like, huh, I know that from somewhere.
Exactly.
That's how a lot of stuff works.
And that's a great analog too of like a semester, by the time you start the semester and you end the semester, think how much you've actually like learned in that relatively short amount of time. Like Sean's not saying it's going to take you 10 years to be able to understand this. Like what he's saying is like this specific idea and this copy was a long-term process. Some's going to take shorter amount of time, but in general, the point is that just slow down and lower your expectations for yourself a little bit.
Yeah. Listen, you're not going to get the Bugatti this year. I'm sorry. Like, you're not going to get the Rolex this year. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to be popping bottles at the club this year. I'm sorry.
Yes.
But in 3 years? In 5 years?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Totally. So, I want to answer a couple questions and then I'll let you go. Do you need to go now, by the way? Oh, Lindsay, you froze. So she left.
Okay.
Oh.
Bye. I will take the opportunity to leave in
Lindsay,
case I get.
Take care.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Really quick. Are there any books that I recommend about copy? Go to youtube.com/copy that. Go to the videos. Search for our video about the books that we recommend. We literally have a video about books that we recommend. So in that, every single member of Copy That shared their favorite books that helped them learn copywriting. If you are just starting as a copywriter, I would recommend just starting with 2. Like, don't overdo it with theory. Like, you want to be reading copy. But the 2 that I would recommend depends on if you want to go the more brand route, like if you want to work for an agency and write more like social media posts or like commercials or treatments like that, or if you want to go the more direct response route. Want to go direct response, pick one that's more theoretical and pick one that's more practical. Bob Bly's Copywriter's Handbook, very, very practical. Great Leads, very practical. Architecture of Persuasion, very practical. Trying to think of others. Oh, Victor Schwab's How to Write a Good Advertisement, very practical. All those things are like, pick one, only one, and just start there. That's for direct response. Theory, cannot recommend Rory Sutherland's Alchemy enough. It's very good. Mark Masterson Ford's Persuasion is very good. Trying to think of what else. Oh, Oren Klaff's Pitch Anything. Solid. Any book on sales is really going to help you out there with direct response. If you go the less salesy route, no. I do not have a Bugatti, nor do I want one. Like, imagine like spending a ton of money on a thing that's instantly going to lose value the moment you drive it off the lot, that you then have to pay to maintain for years, and that you're afraid to like take out, like for fear of like destroying this precious thing. No, ridiculous. Ugh. People who obsess over luxury and like expensive cars are tiresome, bothersome to me. The non-direct response route, brand route. Hey Whipple, squeeze this. It's pretty good. Alchemy is also good on that side too. I'm less familiar with the brand side, but there is. Hold on, I have a book that should be close by, but it isn't. It's called the Copy Book. It literally has a bunch of wonderful. Oh, I found it. This is really, really good for direct response and brand advertisers alike. It literally has very famous ads, long form, short form, brand, direct response, all of the above, every medium that you can possibly imagine. And it has the original writers like writing and talking about it. It's so good. The Copy Book. So pick two of the ones that I just listed. There you go. Scientific advertising is good too. That's really, really good for theory. My Life in Advertising by Claude Hopkins and Scientific Advertising are both really, really good on the theory side, not so much the practical side of like copy and marketing. What I like about Claude Hopkins is that he both wrote a lot of copy and then also like thought a lot about the marketing aspect as well. And so if you want to be the person who straddles both, read that. Advantage of reading Claude Hopkins is it's old enough that it's free. So like be okay with like he's going to be talking about like, oh, and we sent this person a coupon in the newspaper and the mail. You know, it's a little old-timey like that, but like all the tactics and everything that he's talking about still applies to today. So that's good. Oh, Eugene Schwartz, Breakthrough Advertising. Don't read it as a beginner. Your first year of copywriting, don't read Eugene Schwartz's Breakthrough Advertising. Just don't. Do not do it. It's going to be too much for your brain, and you're going to be stressing about like, oh my God, what stage of awareness is this? Or, oh my God, is this gradualizing and intensifying enough? No. I've seen so many people like lose their minds trying to adhere to the principles in breakthrough advertising when in reality, like there's so many more basic ass concepts that you need to learn before you get to that point. So don't stress about it. Other questions? I guess I'm too much a beginner for this stuff. I think I take in a lot. Plus, you guys are fun to watch. Oh, thank you. I have a lot of fun doing this, so I really enjoy this kind of stuff. The reason I ask about psychological elements is because I try and break down copy, and sometimes I think to myself, I am getting what the writer said versus what I think he is saying or trying to say. Listen, the more you read, the more patterns you recognize. That's one of the reasons why in all my advice for newbies, I say the same thing over and over again. I've said the same thing for like the 3 years that we've been 2.5 years that we've been doing this. Read a piece of copy every single day. Write a page of copy every single day. Write down an idea every single day. Read a thing like a piece of copy every single day. That could be an email, direct response, long form. It could be just looking at a magazine ad. It doesn't matter. As long as you are interrogating it and asking yourself those key questions like, what is this doing? Why was this written in this way? What is this doing in the context of this? Like, how does this compare to other things that I have read? As long as you're doing that mental legwork, you're going to recognize a lot of stuff, and you're going to start to notice patterns from piece of copy to piece of copy. And guess what? In a single year of reading a single piece of copy every single day and thinking critically about it, you will have analyzed 365 pieces of copy. That's a lot of copy. It's a lot. You're going to grow and see and learn so much if you do that. So just, again, don't think of this like an event. It's a process. Yeah. Read, write, idea. Read a piece of copy, not a page of copy, a piece of copy. That could be like this promo that we've been discussing today. That would count as a piece of copy. And if I were not blabbing my fat, bald mouth over the course of the stream, I probably would have been able to read it in 1 to 2 hours. That's the commitment there. Write a page of copy a day. What is a page? It's 200 to 300 words. That's not hard. That could be 1 page in a sales letter. It could be literally like 5 words next to an evocative image that you saw. I'm serious. Like, it could be a social media, it could be a tweet, it could be 10 tweets. That's a page of copy. It doesn't matter so long as you're being deliberate and you're actually getting the practice. We talk a lot, like, and Kyle Milligan, a friend of mine, talks a lot about putting in the reps. You don't get stronger if you don't put in the reps. So you got to write every single day. That's really important. And then writing down an idea. I talked earlier in the stream about what ideas look like. The thing that led me to this, I'm just going to repeat the beginning of the stream, is a couple years ago, I've been writing editorial for financial newsletters for many years at this point. And I wrote down an idea. This is all that I wrote down in my little digital notebook. An open letter to my daughter about getting wealthy in America today. At the time, I had just had my baby daughter. And I was just thinking all the time about investing and wealth building and like how people can make more money. And so, of course, the thing that came to my mind was, well, how can I support my daughter? How can I make sure that she ends up wealthy? How can I make sure that she doesn't learn the bad, how should I say, financial habits that my father and grandfather instilled in me? I had some bad teachers, but I had to learn. And that's how I got rich. And so I don't want my daughter to have to go through that. So what I would want to do is like create something for her. That was the impetus for the idea. But literally all I wrote was basically what would probably end up being the headline, an open letter to my daughter about becoming wealthy in America today. And that's going to be one of the headlines that I probably end up testing when I write this promo. So how long did it take you to be really successful with copy? So for the first couple of years that I was working with Agora, so back up a bit. I've been writing for money since about 2001. So I have 22 years of writing for money experience. And that includes like freelance client, writing, ghostwriting, articles, blog posts, music reviews, things like that. Things that I got paid for. So I had a lot of that already, like in the back of my pocket when I got a job at Agora. And for the first 2 years, I was mainly doing editorial. I was writing reports. I was, doing things like that. And I was getting paid very well. My income tripled in the first year that I was working there because I was just so handsome and charming. That's a lie. I'm kidding. And so when I transitioned over to copy, like I was always sort of straddling, like, I was doing multiple businesses. I was writing editorial. I was writing copy. I was doing marketing. And I would say that the first real success that I had came for me in late 2018 and early 2019, January 2019. That's when I wrote a promotion that it sold over $1 million in a day. That's when I first realized, like, because like I'd been stacking up the successes, like everything was growing, and like I was working on stuff. My promos were doing better and better, things like that. All the businesses that I was working on were taking off. I was writing editorial reports that were selling really well and actually providing the basis for copy that was being used to sell them. And also, just writing copy that was selling pretty decently. It wasn't until January 2019 that I broke that 7-figure mark. And then about 9 months later, I wrote a promo that broke the 8-figure mark. And it was like one of those things. It was like, I don't know how to explain it. It was like piercing a membrane, where there was a period of time where everything that I did sold 6, 7, or 8 figures. Like I couldn't do any wrong. And I really like the last year or two, I have not been writing copy. I've mainly been focusing on editorial because I've just been like so heavily inundated with editorial. I write about 30 to 60,000 words every single month. That's how much I write. And so it's only in the last, I want to say, month or so that I've really felt the fire to write a promo again and do it for my own business rather than somebody else's business. So hopefully that answers your question in a meandering way. I'm just trying to be transparent and honest with you. And like, I'm not trying to say, listen, making money as a copywriter is simple. It is not easy. Like, I'm not trying to like glamorize this lifestyle. I'm not trying to present an aspirational figure for you to like want to be. I am not trying to make you feel like any of this is going to be instant or like easy. It's not. At times it's a slog. At times it sucks nuts. And that's part of the gig. So hopefully I'm presenting a realistic and honest perspective when it comes to like what a copywriter's lifestyle and trajectory kind of looks like. And also at the same time, gently imply that there's no one path to success. Nobody can repeat my success. Nobody can follow the same path that I did. And guess what? Nobody's going to be able to repeat the same path to success that you take either. Everybody has to sort of follow their own path, but it's not even really a path, and it's certainly not a ladder. Copywriting and getting successful at copywriting is like digging around in a sandbox until you figure out like what's available to you. So hopefully that helps. That can be a little disconcerting, a little upsetting to some people who think, oh, write spec pieces, get client, get the money, buy Bugatti, buy Rolex, get the fine honeys. 14-year-old kinds of thinking. It's not that way. It's not a linear path. It's just not. I'm sorry. And if you have any other questions about that or want any more elaboration about that, feel free to ask. No, practice copy spec pieces are good ways to practice, but what about content for your Instagram for a piece of copy a day? I mean, yeah, that works. As long as it's deliberate, as long as it's trying to do what you're trying to do. Like, for example, if you want to write copy for, I don't know, a financial newsletter, that doesn't help you at all. You're not going to learn from that. It's like trying to improve your squat by, I don't know, getting a grip exercise going on. Like it just does not correlate whatsoever. So you want to be practicing things that you want to be paid for, if that makes sense. How to do market research when working on a new product. So we actually have a video coming out very soon. I think not this Thursday, not tomorrow, but a week from now, maybe 2 weeks from now, about the sort of unusual research methods that all four of us undertake. Like the things that we do that are different from everybody else. But generally speaking, what will happen is if I get an idea, I'll just sort of like peruse, like browse that idea. And in the past, what I've done to go a little bit deeper is I'll interview people, I'll speak to people, I'll actually like call people up, I'll call businesses. I think people think that market research is the only thing that they need to do for copywriting. You actually need to research stuff as well. Again, I mentioned before, for one of the products and promos that I read, I had to learn how to code Python. Like above a certain level, this shit ain't easy. So again, market research, like just your basic market research, you can go to forums, like search for specific strings of keywords. Go into forums, Reddit is really good. Go into product reviews, things like that, and just look and see how people talk about a product, how people talk about certain ideas, and listen to them. They will tell you, without directly telling you, what they value, what they're looking for, what they want, what they're not getting. So that's how you do like general market research at the lower levels. And that's going to do you fine for most of your career. In fact, for unless you are a maniac or trying to write in a very, very particular or high competition niche, you don't need to do much more than that. When you're writing copy, your copy, do you start it and finish it on the same day for a sales page, for example? No, absolutely not. Just write one page of it and then come back to it. You know, like, again, what do I keep saying? Process, not event. Sit down, write a page, and unless you're inspired to keep writing more, walk away. Because what's going to happen the next day that you come back to sit down and write more copy? You're going to sit down, you're going to reread what you wrote, and you're going to go, "Oh my God, this is trash, and I'm trash, and everything that I wrote is trash." Well, here's the cool thing about trash: you can throw it away and you can start again. You have that power. And so your page of copy per day could be fixing, revising, rewriting the thing that you wrote yesterday or continuing the thing that you wrote yesterday. So there you go. How do I close my first client? Do I go for cold email, Insta DM, Facebook DM? You literally listed all three of the strategies that I, one, despise, and two, have minimal experience with. So come on for a future stream when Alex or Rod are on. But yeah, listen. We have a video. I'm sorry to do this again. We have a video coming out in the next couple of weeks that are called Cold Email Mistakes. And it's based off of a newsletter that Alex wrote, our free newsletter on copythatshow.com, where he went over like everything that he knows about cold outreach. And that includes Instagram, Facebook DMs, and cold email. And it starts off with being like, these are mistakes that everybody's making. Here's how to be better. And here's the Reader's Digest of what he has to say and what we're going to say in the video, which is that the bar for cold email and cold outreach is literally on the floor. Like most people rely on AI tools. All their messages have the sort of same stink of sameness to them. Even personalized stuff is like not very deep. Like, I'm serious. I legitimately once read a cold email that was just like, saw that you graduated from a university. Keep killing it out there, King. Like that was the opening sentence for a cold email. And this person was just like, why am I not closing clients? I get so tilted talking about cold email because like, it's just baffling to me that people don't realize that they're mass emailing 500 people the same message and wondering, well, why aren't they getting back to me? It's because everybody else is doing that same thing too. All the people that are trying to sell you cold email templates, they're doing you a disservice because they are not teaching you how to think like a copywriter. What does a copywriter need to be? Different and relevant to the particular people that they're speaking to. So if you want my true answer to how do I close my first client, write messages to people that are different, like unique, totally. Don't ever put quick question in your subject line. I can literally like search quick question in my inbox and 50 messages are going to come up. Don't be that person. Don't be the Uggs and mini skirt person of the copywriting world. Gross. And find a way to be relevant to their business. One of the things that I talk about a lot is, like, for example, earlier in the stream, somebody in the stream actually legitimately was like, I want to make thumbnails for you. Our thumbnail game is on point. Like, we make wicked, kick-ass thumbnails, and we get great results from them. And the channel is growing. And so, like listen, if you were to try to pitch a person that already has something done on point, you would want to be able to prove that you can do better. Like, those are the two approaches. Like, this person is missing this thing, or this person isn't doing this thing well enough. And you want to know a business whom you're speaking to well enough that you can make that pitch. And most people that are cold emailing 500 people a week, they're not taking that time to do it. And for that reason, there's an opportunity for you. But it's only if you put in the work and you do the research. I hope that helps. Yeah. A lot of the people like sell cold email and Insta DM and Facebook DM. Like, it's a thing right now. People realize that like, oh, I can sell people on this particular methodology, this thing that magically gets clients. And it's like, no, like, you know, I've gotten clients before by literally calling people on the phone. I've gotten clients before by literally going into a business and just having a conversation. Most of my clients, most of my freelance work that I've done has come from networking events. Like just being a cool enough person that seems competent. So, what about email copywriting financial services? Very, very oh, thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to skip a few sentences and get straight there. What about email copywriting on financial services? Can you tell me more about it? Okay, listen. Most financial businesses don't need email copy or an email copywriter. What usually happens is in a smaller, more scrappy level business, the copywriter who writes the promo will write their own emails. And if they're going to farm it out, they're going to farm it out to a junior who is trying to learn the ropes within the business. Oh my God. Oh my God. Alex Mayat.
Hey, I was joining to message you to say, are you taking friends on this stream? Because I didn't want to interrupt. But
No.
I guess you don't mind.
I finished analyzing 5 pages of a promo that I think I'm going to swipe for a thing that I'm doing. And so I just wanted to... Oh my God, I'm allergic to you.
Die of cancer. Yes, go on.
Oh my God, lung cancer. I just wanted to take the time to answer some random questions if possible. And so I just answered. Let me show you the question that I just answered and got super tilted about.
Thank you for this, Sean. How do I close my first client? Do I go for cold email, Insta DM, Facebook DM? Well, I mean, we've answered this many a times recently.
So many times. And I gave him a whole spiel. And I also told him that we have a video coming out that's exactly about this. And you have a newsletter that's about this. So,
yes.
Yeah. But I basically told him, be different, be relevant, don't be a schmuck.
Fuck
Which
yeah. That
works. It really works for getting clients.
And you know something? I've just got back from the pub and I was just talking to my CEO about that very same approach, but for investors, finding investors. Like the exact same thing. Cold email, like you've got someone you don't know and you want something from them, be different, be relevant. Works for anything.
Yep. Absolutely. This question about email copywriting for financial services, it really depends on the business. Like, for example, I'm sure that there are some CPAs, CFAs, small wealth management firms that need help with their email marketing. But that's different from what I've been talking about, like selling like actual financial publications, like via sales letter. And usually what happens there is you have 2 camps. You have the editorial camp and you have the sales copy camp. The editorial camp actually writes like daily digests, newsletters, updates, news, engaging stories, and stuff like that that's attached to the general themes of the things that these businesses are trying to sell. That's the editorial side. On the sales copy side, you will typically see either the copywriter write their own emails, farm it out to a junior that's in the business, or typically what happens is, and this is something that happens at Stansberry Research, it's pretty cool. You'll have the senior writer who comes up with the idea. You'll have a mid-level writer or some other, higher level writer who actually like writes the promo. And then you'll typically have 1 or 2 juniors working underneath who handle all the ancillary copy and stuff like that. Your order forms, your emails, your upsells and stuff like that. The reason why you want to do that is because a lot of that stuff is more templated. A lot of that stuff is like more of an afterthought. Like it doesn't require a whole much. And as long as the actual sales letter itself was written pretty well, all that other stuff is pretty easy. And so farm it out to the juniors so that your big thinkers, your real money makers can quickly move on to the next project. So That's typically how that works. There are certainly opportunities for writing emails for financial publishing businesses, but it's narrow. I'm not going to say that it's going to be easy. Like, of all the businesses that I've ever worked with, I've only known one. Yeah, I've only known like one or two. Yeah, two people that have ever been able to sell an email to a financial publication company in 10 years of doing this. So, but you know who does need email? Frickin' mom and pop stores trying to sell a new type of dog toy. Like, they don't know from email. And guess what? You're going to get the exact same amount of money from them. And it's going to be easier to write and probably more fun. So
Anyone. Yeah. Email, you know what I mean, Sean, I don't know if you had the same thing, because I know we've come at it from different backgrounds, but email to me was the most surprising thing when I probably got into marketing and copywriting, like just how effective it is. Does that make sense? Like, I think growing up as a consumer, I get a lot of emails, got a lot of spam, and I just kind of thought, like, man, like, do emails even work? Like, I've never responded to an email, like, as a consumer, is what I thought. But of course I had responded to emails. I just never thought about it because I never viewed it as an email when it was something I liked. I viewed it as like, oh shit, cool. I didn't think that it was an email. And I just always assumed that emails wouldn't be effective. Certainly in my career, in the industries I've worked with, emails have been the most consistently effective and profitable medium. Like, was that not weird to you? Like, did you have that kind of preconception of emails being old and spammy?
I'm a little weird. I actually did used to legitimately collect junk mail and like sales, like actual sales, like direct mail that was mailed to me. Like I would legit read that stuff. And so I don't know. And like sales messages, like it never bothered me. It was never surprising to me. It just, I was a teacher, so I was broke. I was a brokey. And so all the time, like I didn't have the money to buy stuff and didn't want to. And so like, because again, like I'm a very naturally frugal person. Like I admire frugality. I think that temperance and modesty and moderation are values that people should like aspire to. And so like I was never super into collecting consumer goods. Books, that's a little different. Like basically every email that tries to sell me a book I buy. That it's a problem.
I mean, we had a conversation in the DMs not like 3 days ago where I said, hey, there's this book. I've just watched a thing about it. Seems kind of interesting. You're like, yeah, I already bought it. Didn't even read it. Like the ad, I just got it. I was like, okay, cool. Nice. I guess we'll talk about it when we've read it.
Yeah. It's I'm an avid reader and an avid collector of books, and I have found that has been a tremendous benefit throughout all of my careers. So certainly makes it easier to talk to people and relate to people because you fill your mind with a lot of like facts and stories and like insights into things that other people care about. So books are useful for that.
I've definitely taken the concept of cultural capital from you. I was talking about that the other day. And I definitely see how far that goes. Just having that breadth of knowledge to talk to, to people about.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Having people go, someone says something and you're like, oh yeah, like this. And they're like, oh, you know about that. It just helps, even if you just know a slither. So yeah, I agree with that.
Absolutely. And that's wealth that, well, I guess you can buy it, but that's wealth that you don't need a whole lot of money to get. And it truly does make you wealthy because like it lets you leverage every other component of your life. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Let's answer another question. Nick, that's a old English long S. It seems like finance copywriting is immediately jumping to mid-level copywriting is a realistic chance for a beginner freelancer to get their toes in finance niche. I would say it's actually jumping more to like high intermediate to advanced. Like, let's be real for a moment here. There are between 200 and 300 paid, like full-time paid financial copywriters on the planet. Like, not in America, not in a particular business. Globally, that's how many slots there are. I know most of them. And I also know like a lot of the like limitations and blocks that are in the way. Like, I'll give an example. I did an interview, a podcast with Tanya Yo. She was a newbie copywriter like 3 years ago. I mean, we talked briefly. And she was a teacher of English in the country Georgia. And she wanted to be a financial copywriter. It took her like 3 years to get her foot in the door. And it wasn't even guaranteed, even while she was already like the assistant copy chief for Grant Cardone. Like, for real, that didn't guarantee her a spot. She had to beat out like 40 other people, and 2 people out of those 40, I think, got the job for one business. So
she's very cool as well.
She's so cool and so sweet. I love her to death. I think I might go see her in Nashville in October.
I would love that. Please give her my love. I came across her, I think maybe in a group first of all, and then she commented on the video, on the 5-hour video, and then I think she tagged me in a LinkedIn post, which just a really fucking sweet LinkedIn post. Like, it was so lovely, just so unnecessarily nice. And I was like, you're super cool. And then I've just seen her on LinkedIn doing well, interviewing people, talking about stuff. Yeah, so yeah, she's super nice. Go follow her, guys.
Go follow Tanya at YEO. TANIAYEO is her name. Drops a lot of insights, very intelligent. Like, she's a good person to learn from. Like, there's some bad people to learn from. Don't, and you can learn from them, but like, take it with a grain of salt. She's one of the good ones. So
I'll just say, in this regards to this question, just quickly before we move on, it's interesting because I obviously I haven't had as much exposure to finance as you, obviously, or as many finance copywriters. But one of the an example of a beginner going into financial copywriting, basically a beginner, a very good friend of ours, Mr. Cody, who I mentored originally when he joined an agency that I was running. And I kind of like taught him the basics and like reviewed his first bits of copy and stuff. And he already like learned a bit about copy. I think maybe he was a couple of months in. And he did I think he did a challenge for us, or he messaged us or something. He said, "Oh, can I send you something?" Did it. He was really natural. And like, he just skyrocketed like immediately. I worked with him for only a few months really. And then after that, he went on, and now he's obviously working with Kyle Milligan and writing his own promos. And that was really his first proper route into copy. And that only took him maybe, I want to say like a year? Maybe? Less than that?
Yeah.
Also another cool guy.
Yeah. Cody is great. He works with Kyle Milligan now. He's in the agency. Very sweet, very good dude. Work ethic like a fucking mule. Like, that dude is the definition of the word indefatigable. And he knew what he wanted to do. And he was an electrician. He was a certified electrician. He was working up in high rises. He was like working like 6 to 10 hours a day, every single day. He would get down from the rafters, he would go home, and he would study financial copy. He did that for 3 years, living a miserable monastic life, working his ass off doing manual labor, like dangerous manual labor, going home and studying, devoting time, effort, and energy to getting better at the thing he wanted to do, that he cared about. Like, that's nuts, man. That's great. Like, I have so much respect for that level of work ethic, that level of dedication. And most people don't have that. Like, nothing is going to fall out of the sky for you. I don't know, a lot of beginner freelancers that have been able to break into financial. There's one person that maybe counts, but he also had a strong basis in like sales as a teenager. Like he was 18 when he got a job at Agora Financial, and he was a millionaire by the time he was 20. And it was just an indefatigable work ethic. He didn't buy shit. He lived in a small studio apartment. He never did anything fun. He didn't go out. He didn't do nothing. He just studied copy. And guess what? If you do that, you're going to get good at copy. So that is, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying, yes, it is possible. But
you have to live. Yeah, you have to live, breathe, and shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So, again, like we actually earlier today, we got a comment on one of our videos. It was the one where we said, like, when is it time to quit copywriting? And somebody on YouTube with a profile picture of them wearing a Rolex watch said, you know, like, no wonder you guys are stuck at 32K subscribers, unsubscribed.
Gee, what do you mean stuck? We've been going up since we posted that video. We're probably like 18,000. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't like people really get emotionally attached to their goals and their dreams. But the most mentally healthy thing that you can be is somewhat emotionally unattached to your goals. To understand that, like, you can aspire to stuff without being married to a particular outcome. And, you know, everybody has different opinions. And honestly, like, somebody who's going to feel that way about, like, getting some real shit from us, like getting some, like, this is hard. If you want to do this, we'll teach you, but it's hard. Those are the people that we want to keep around. The people that just, you know, think that they're going to play on easy mode, you know, get their first client within a month. Yeah, it happens. It's probably not going to happen for you. If it does, I'm super glad, but it probably is not going to.
I mean, it's the same story I think we've told. It's really hard. Like, we've said this so many times, but like, we could sit here and sell a dream.
Yeah.
And tell people, like, you just need this system. And there's fucking gurus, we know who we're talking about, but like, there's gurus who this really pisses me off because I've noticed this recently. They do that, but then they do videos saying, I mean, obviously they do this, but like, they do videos going like, I'm not like other gurus. You do need to work hard and you do need to do this. But then all their other fucking videos are like systems and hacks and like shortcuts and shit.
Templates and
it's fucking annoying. But like, we've told this story loads of times, and I think that ultimately most of the people who succeed in copywriting, from my experience, are people who had just an innate drive to do it for whatever reason that was. Either that's just like Cody, where it's just you just have a blinding work ethic for fuck all reason. Like, I don't know, he just was amazing at it.
Yeah.
Or it's like you're in a bad situation, you need to get out. You're going to do anything you need to do. People, I think, in the middle of the road where they kind of like, yeah, it'd be cool to have.
I don't want to work a 9 to 5.
Yeah, where it's like, I don't
want to get money by like writing from a beach. That'd be dope.
Yeah, it's like, I like the idea of that. They're never going to make it because when they hit that first bit of resistance, it's like, this is too hard. I'm going to do crypto. Oh no, I'm going to do SMMA. Oh no, I'm going to do, you know, the next shiny object.
Yeah.
It's a hard one, but
yeah, it's tough. Let's go on to another question. Sorry for being Debbie Downers, guys. Like, yes.
Yeah, we should be a lot more positive.
Yeah, your goals are possible, but, you know, possibility is not going to get you there. You need to actually put in a ton of work. And like, when you're first starting out, you don't realize how much work it's going to be. And we could grow the channel and make a lot more money by lying to you, but we're not going to. In fact, Alex, did you see the idea for an opening skit that I had earlier today?
Yes, I read that on the way back.
Yeah,
that was funny.
I think I don't want to spoil it for everybody, but I am proud of that one.
We should do that. I want to make. I'm going to make a video at some point where it's almost like an apology video, you know, where there's like no thumbnail. It's just like a screenshot from the video or me looking at the camera. And I want it to be a very real video where I'm just like, hey guys, I know we did that kind of one, what our day looks like, but I actually want to do this is what it took for me to get good at this. A full fucking picture, less than 10 minutes, but kind of scripted, but allowing me to ramble a little bit and just saying, this is what my life was like. This is why I did it. This is what it took. This is what other gurus do and try and sell you. I want this to act as like somewhere you can always come back to and just ground yourself and be like, am I ready to go through that? It's not going to be exactly the same. Like I would like to do a video like that just to almost feel like our truth. Yeah, like our truth is out there. Like we're not trying to fucking be a prick.
Yeah. No, honest to God, like I've wanted to do the same video, but I wanted to like film myself next to a bunch of trash or like broken walls and stuff like that, and just be like, if I were trying to sell you on copywriting, I'd sit in front of my BMW, I'd wear fancy watches, I'd wear expensive clothes, I'd criticize people for being broke, I'd like I would basically try to like say like I would try to tap into your aspirations in order to exploit you. One of the things that I feel like we were doing today while we were analyzing the copy was we were showing a sales letter. This one. Sorry. No. I'm bad at this.
That's fun.
This one where it's clearly a money-making promo, but at no point does it feel exploitative. It's still tapping into like good direct response psychology, but at no point is it trying to mislead people to take their money. And that is something that I want to talk about because I get so upset at people who try to show off what children think wealth looks like or poor people look like in order to get their attention so that you can take their money. That bothers me a lot. So
it's because I'm not saying the whole channel. I don't know as much about like what Rod and Lindsay have been like, but I know you and I have both been in that fucking place where we, I know I won't go into our details because like it's our lives, but like we've both been in places that are very, very poor and very fucking like not having anything. Mm-hmm. And it really fucks me off.
Yeah.
Selling basically not even just kids, but like just people who are desperate.
Yeah.
On this, just so you can fucking feel better, and have legions of people in the comments going like, fucking, top G, like what, bro? Yeah, you're telling that how it is, and it's just like, no, you haven't had any fucking exposure to the real world yet, so you think that this is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway,
let's answer another question. How many email flows will you write when working with a new product? I will write 0.
I write tons usually, but it depends what the product is.
Yeah, it depends on the campaign. It depends on the product. Listen, when I write a new promo, here's what I'll do on the email side. They don't want to install an autoresponder for a product unless they know it's going to work. So I won't do it. They won't do it either. I will write 3, maybe 4 emails, 2 going to a warmer audience, 2 going for a colder audience that can be appropriated for affiliate deals. And that's it. That's all the testing that I get. You'll also write 3 or 4 space ads, little ads that go into newsletters somewhere. It's only if something is a launch or clearly working that you go, okay, let's up the LTV a little bit. You'll write, for example, an upsell email, something it's called a 24-hour new to file email. And what that does is it basically says like, hey, you joined yesterday. We love you. You're so cool. Also, you said no to this upsell. I just want to make sure that you still don't want it. Because now that you've gotten a chance to look at the product and seen what it can do for you, I'm sure that you want whatever the benefits of the upsell was. And sometimes, very rarely, it'll be more elaborate than that, but it doesn't have to be. So, email flows for new products, usually a waste of time, usually a waste of marketing. Like, don't do it unless you know the product is going to work. So test it first.
See, and that's interesting because like the majority of stuff I write comes from a completely different angle to that, where it depends. Like e-commerce, right? Like generally speaking, depends if you're launching your own business, I suppose. But like you're usually working with a product that sells. It's not like e-commerce is not like info publishing where you can test shit really quickly. Like you can test stuff quickly in e-com, but typically there's some kind of, you have to buy a mold or you have to get a certain shipment of the product in, and oftentimes like that's not cheap. So you kind of have to know. So e-commerce tends to be a slightly slower testing phase, tends to be a bit more product research first. But with e-com and even with SaaS, like the stuff I'm working with right now, God, I write a ton of email sequences. And by a ton, I don't mean like one will have like 50, but I will mean e-commerce will have an abandoned cart sequence that tends to be product agnostic. Like usually, it might have a code snippet of what the product was, just to say that this was what was left in your basket. But there's always that whenever you're doing anything. You'll have the actual launch sequence itself. You'll have there may be an upsell from another product into your new product. There may be, if you have certain characteristics or previous behaviors of your customers, i.e. they've bought something in the past, that they they have this condition, so you segment your audience based on behavior, characteristics, age, whatever. Then you would go, right, we know that this product will appeal to like older demographics, but you might split out like women and men, for example. That's a very common thing.
I've never had to do that sort of segmentation. I've done behavioral segmentation before, but I've never done demo segmentation.
It's interesting. Behavior, I mean, and I'll say this till the day I die, like behavior always wins. Like behavior is always a better indicator of what someone's going to respond to later than demographics is, in my experience. But really good example is we have a foot massager thing for old people to stop them getting deep vein thrombosis. So they like put it like on the sofa, like under the desk kind of thing. You stick your feet in it, and it kind of like, it's like a bubble bath thing. And it's just nice. But
Can I time you out for a really quick second?
Yes.
So we've been dropping a lot of jargon and like random words and concepts and stuff like that. Like this is what happens when like two experienced marketers just start talking to each other. We're not thinking about our audience right now. Yes. We're actually just like sort of comparing and like swapping notes and stuff like that. Lindsay and I earlier were talking about how like, yeah, you're not going to get this stuff as a newbie, but like it's going to inform your subconscious a little bit. Like it's going to like say like, oh, like what are they talking about? Like how does that work? Tranquilo, baby. It's going to be okay. Like these kinds of conversations are the ones where it's like you're going to hear them like again and again, especially if you surround yourself with like professionals, and they really help you sort of like understand how to speak in a marketing context with other professionals. So, Alex, please continue.
No, that's a very good point, and you're right. We do not think about our audience enough when we start talking. But for example, how you market men to women for like that product specifically. The first thing, fucking photos. Have women in this photograph that's going to women, have men in this photograph that's going to men. Very real thing. Like as much as like I know some people don't want to admit this, but we tend to associate with people we either admire or we think are like ourselves. So if you see a photograph, if you're a 60-year-old man and you see like a woman using it, like say a young woman, it's kind of removed from what you like are, so you don't think it's as relevant for you. When you see an older woman, of course that's a bit better because you understand like, okay, well, similar problems but still not great. When you see an older man using it who's like you, who is also a handsome version of you. What?
Older man. Jeez.
Well, I didn't say you. I just said old man, like talking to 60-year-olds, you know.
All right, go on.
All right, fuck it. Let's say you look like Sean, right? When you're starting to get deep vein thrombosis and you know
you're an old
hair's
man
falling out and you're leaking. But the point is, like, when you have that, it's better to have photos of like older men, and then you might talk about different things. Like you may say golf, have this for golf. It helps you walking around the golf course.
Mhm.
For women, it may say, helps you walk the dogs and stuff like that. Like shit like that actually does, demographic does help you inform that.
Yeah. I one of the things that I discovered over the course of my career was that even with behavioral segmentation, even with demo segmentation, like email sequences and email flows were always an optimization. They were never a true revenue driver. In info publishing, the true revenue driver is always going to be timely email blasts to the list. Like they're called dedicateds internally, because they are dedicated to. I actually don't know why they're called dedicateds. They're just called dedicateds. Sometimes they're called endos, and that's opposed to like exos, like emails that you would like sell or send to some other business that sells your product. So an endo is something you would send internally to your list. But these dedicateds or endos or lifts or what have you, timely and relevant always outsells sequences. Like always. Every single time. I've never seen a test where an automation outsold an email blast. Just a regular, like, hey, this thing happened, buy this thing. That always wins. Even if the email copy that was being resent was reheated or like an adaptation of something that was sent to that same list before. Like gauntlets, autoresponder sequences, like it's always for me an afterthought. Always for me an automation, because like you sometimes just don't have enough people to be writing emails to every single person every single day based on their demography. And so, you set up those things to like squeak out more money, but in just from what I've seen in a particular corner of the marketing market, individual blasts always win.
I agree. I think that maybe for a slightly different reason, maybe this is like a bias, because I think as you were saying that, I agree just based on what I have seen, but also something I've kind of just put together is that whenever I send a blast out, obviously a lot more emails are going at the same time. So like the spikes are far more apparent.
Mm-hmm.
But even the rates of those emails tend to be better because, like you said, there's a reason we've sent them. But yeah. But again, like we were talking about earlier, emails never fail. They never fail to just like get people to look at something.
Yeah. Or at least a
anyway.
significant portion of your list.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like, ever since Andre Chaperone's autoresponder madness, like people have been obsessed with like autoresponders, email sequences, email flows, and things like that. And it's like, listen, like I got deeper into email flows and email sequences than any other asshole at $1 billion corporation. And what I learned was that most of that time was wasted. Like it ultimately, again, was a mere optimization, a way to get some extra scratch. We're talking like 5 to 10% boost, not stuff that moved the needle. And I'm sure other businesses are different. I'm sure other businesses don't want to be paying attention to their email every single day. But yeah, like for me, I don't know. I just became very skeptical about these, like the things that other people think oh my God, we need to have this for marketing reasons. So
yeah, I don't want to drag the conversation on too much about emails, so we can move on to another question because I have like 50 things to say.
I'm sorry. At what stage am I writing will I know that I'm better start looking for a client? We have a video about this. Go to Copywriting 101. Go to youtube.com/copy that. Go scroll down. Go to our playlist, Copywriting 101. We literally have a video where we talk about this. How will I know that I'm good enough? We literally have a video to help you with that.
We do.
I already answered that question. You mean cold emailing won't make me a 7-figure demigod? I mean, again,
I think of the Copy That hosts, you and I have the most opposed views about cold emailing.
Oh yeah, and I said that earlier.
Yeah. Sean hates it. I love it, and we're both right.
Yeah, for totally different reasons. So scroll back to get my opinion of it. But for like all I said, and if you listen to what I said, all I was saying was that cold email is bad because most of the people who do it aren't good. And they're not making an effort to be different or relevant. And guess where the different and relevant concept comes from? It's this guy. So, like, he's cool with cold email because it worked for him, because he figured out how to do it well. But also, like, he figured out how to do it well because he realized something. The bar is literally on the floor. Oh my God.
Yeah, couldn't say it about myself. So we hate each other, but we agree with each other.
Yeah.
We kind of don't, but we do.
Imagine not being friends with people that you disagree with. Couldn't be me. Let's see. Which AI tools or which tools do you use as a copywriter? Any AIs? Nope. Yeah. I will use ChatGPT sometimes when I need to generate like 50 to 5,000 like PPC headlines in a minute. You know, a human can't do that. I will use ChatGPT to look for things that everybody else is saying so that I can try to brainstorm what the market is not saying. The way AI works, I'm not going to get, we have videos about this. I'm not saying it. I'm not going to go on another rant. The tools that I use, if I'm doing keyword research, I use keywords everywhere. If I'm writing, I'll use Write or Die too, WRITE or DIE too. If I like need to concentrate on something that I'm generating, I'm just doing a first draft. But otherwise, just a Word document. Sometimes a Google document, sometimes Excel. You know, like copywriting is cool because you can have the worst computer on the planet and still make money doing this stuff. Yeah. You don't need any tools. People assume that it will make their lives easier. They rarely do.
No, I can't really add anything to that. Yeah, I agree. I think I've used ChatGPT once or a few times to make up new episodes of like obscure shows I used to like, which is kind of entertaining, but it just doesn't help me. It doesn't help me in marketing. And then yeah, Google Docs is pretty much all I use. Nothing else. So yeah.
It's everybody thinks that there's going to be something, some hack or some key or something that they're missing. And what they're missing is skill, you know, and no tool is going to help you develop a skill.
Just doing shit, just writing, just starting. Not, I know there's that perfection like paralysis where you want to make sure everything's right before you do it. I get it. I've been there, but like just fucking start writing on something, you know. I'm in another chat with copywriters and you know, some big names, some like people who are quite well off, and some like newbies and people in between. And there was a chat earlier happening and it was all about pricing and how do you set your own rates. And what amazed me, and I feel very grateful now, but like what amazed me was the reluctance of people to like charge more money. Mm-hmm. And I realized the reason they don't want to is the exact same like paralysis we're talking about now, which is like they feel like they need permission to do it in a certain way, or they're not ready, or it has to be perfect. They have to have the justification. No, it's like just fucking do it. Same with writing. Just do it. Just start, and that you will just get confident that way.
Yeah,
that's it.
Absolutely. I have a feeling this is in response to our spiel about financial copywriting.
Probably, yeah. There is a chance.
There's always there's a chance.
I hope you do it, Andre. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that. Apologies if I butchered that.
Yeah. Yeah. I forget what this is in reference to. Bro, you don't have 3 million subscribers. Pathetic. Yeah. This is in reference to the other guy earlier today that left a comment on one of our videos that was critical because we're still growing, but also like said some things that he mildly disagreed with. Jeez Louise. You know, it's like one of those things where it's like, if somebody's going to have that attitude, like, you know, Vio con Dios, like, I don't want to deal with you. We're not making this stuff for you. Like David Goggins said, you will never see a hater doing better than you. It's true. I like that.
I'm not making that comment.
Oh, you had something?
I was going to say, like, no, I'm not going to make that comment. Let's move on.
All right. Yeah, a lot of people default to freelancing in general because they think it's easy money. I'll tell you what easy money is. Here, are you ready for this? A 9-to-5 job where you literally get paid to learn the thing that you want to learn from people who are experts at the thing that you want to learn. And then after a few years of doing that and you socked away enough money, then you quit. But because you had all those contacts and like the network and stuff like that, then you turn your old employer into your client right there, and you can ask for more money. That's pretty cool because you're an independent contractor, and that allows you to get other clients. So you literally use somebody else's money to make money. That's crazy.
But who could have done that?
Who could have done that? You can do that. Go get a job and learn from the inside before you go freelancing. So I don't know if we're the realist. I mean, we are just pixels on somebody else's screen. Is any of this even real?
Where AI?
Yes, I am actually an AI generated version of Sean. So there you go.
Sean's not a real name. Look at it. It's not spelled like that.
Yeah, it's not even spelled like real English.
Scene?
It's ridiculous. I'm on Daniel Throstle's email list. He's pretty harsh about it, but does tell you very frankly and specifically about how difficult copywriting is. Daniel and I are friends. I'm actually going to Nashville in early October to see him as well. And we've agreed to do some content in the future for Copy That and possibly for his list. I might bring him on stream and we might like just answer questions or like go through one of his funnels or something like that and have him talk about it. But Daniel Throstle is controversial. I don't agree with everything that he says, but he's smart. Like we've had a lot of conversations and just talked a lot behind the scenes. He's profoundly Christian, and he very firmly believes that what he needs to do in this world needs to represent his ideology and his values. And I respect that. I don't know if there's a God, super agnostic. I'm a reformed atheist. But I do have a very strong opinion about like values and ethics and morals and stuff like that. And Daniel does too. And he and I, we get along because of that. And also because like we get along because of that, because finding people in marketing and copywriting who have a strong moral compass, it's hard to come by. Like when you find people that have integrity, that share your values, like hold on to them because it's rare. Jeez Louise.
Or if they do, they're not very good. Like if they do have strong values, most people who do aren't very good at marketing and tend to be like most marketers, which are they just work in a company and they don't really do much else.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. So Dan he's A-okay by my book.
Cool dude.
Yeah. And I've seen some of his paid products too. They're actually good. He puts a ton of effort into them. So are you not a native speaker and want to learn copywriting? Don't, unless you learn how to write good English and also copywriting. That's 2 skills. I'm learning. I think Ruben is responding to somebody earlier. Bye. See you on Friday. I don't know about Friday.
Probably too late now, but
Thursday. All right. I think the promise part of copy gets taken advantage of. It gets so exaggerated to the point that it's just a blatant lie. I would agree with that. It's one of those things where it's like, it is possible to make money with copywriting. We're both living proof of it. You can do this, but the verb "can" is doing a lot of heavy lifting right there.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Again, we're living proof of this. I think it's fine to say that you can make 10K a month from copywriting. I think it's fine to say that, but you really need, if you're making any kind of claim like that, like in a thumbnail, in a title, which like we've fucking said before, like I'm sure we've said like, yeah, of course you make 10K, but like you need to really, really weight that on the other side with, but it's hard. It's not easy, and most people don't, and 99% of people never will. You need to say that, because to me, like, if you don't have that full view of like what the reality is, you may as well be just straight up promising people like, yeah, follow my method and you're going to make $1 million.
Yeah,
which obviously we don't agree with.
Preach, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have some appreciation for the honesty. Still appreciate the truth. Thank you. Again, we're trying to build a community who's like not the hustle bro kind of thing, not the like, oh yeah, this is easy. Become copywriter, etc.
Yeah, just quick. Who the community I want to make is in 5 years when me and viewer are both at an event where we're having like 15-year-old whiskey and cigars. Like we can say like, oh, like we used to watch you. Like, oh yeah, I remember you. Oh, let's sit down. Let's actually talk about strategy we've done and stuff like that. That's the kind of community I want to build. Not the, oh yeah, like we're all gonna fucking have Lambos and and boast about it. I
expressed the values that I firmly believe that people should aspire to as well. And much of the copywriting gurus out there, they don't adhere to or live up to those values. One of the things that you get when you have those kinds of values is that you end up with class. And like when I look at like tactless flaunting and displays of wealth, like I just think this is an impoverished mind that is doing this. This is a person who like just does not care, like who literally has to fill their life with things in order to feel like that they like have worth. It's gross. I get so I'm tilted today. I'm getting upset about everything, man.
Same. All right, question.
Anyway,
go. Yeah, shoot.
Cigars and whiskey. It's going to happen. You, all 17 of you, in the future, we're going to do that. It's going to be classy. Sean, share with me a book on how to write better English. If you're not native, it's How to Write a Sentence by Stanley Fish. It's good stuff. Yes, very good sentence. It's very good. Should we answer this?
What do you think of Tyson 40? Is he good to learn from? I prefer to stay out of any kind of like YouTuber drama.
Yeah.
So like the only thing I'll say is like I don't know enough about him to pass full comment, I guess.
Yeah, I spoke briefly with him directly. And so I will only say positive things. He's making a lot of very rudimentary introductory material for free that other people have charged for. And I think that's admirable. And so if you are trying to learn the just absolute basics, he's a really good speaker on those issues. All of his videos, I will warn you, are written like copy. That's not a bad thing. You can actually study his videos and learn the structure and the beats of copy. That's pretty cool. But also, go there only if you want. If that's the kind of thing that you're hoping to get. If you want something else, there's other stuff out there.
Yeah. I think the only thing I'd add to that is like I've seen I think one of his videos, I don't really have much time to watch other copywriting gurus. And I know that like he's definitely running his YouTube like as a business. Like it's high production value. Like it's really fucking good production value.
No, his production value blows
super well edited, like super well scripted. So it's easy to digest.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like the depth I don't know because I've not spent enough time going through it. But like I think you said it well. Like it's written as copy, which is great to go and have a look at.
Yeah.
But like I guess the reason a lot of ours isn't written as copy, I know we do have fucking edited YouTube videos, which obviously are, but like is because we're busy, I guess. Yeah. Like with shit we have to do for like actual life businesses and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying this about him, because I don't know his stuff. I haven't looked into it. I'm always wary of copywriting YouTubers who like have such mega incredible high production value and post very frequently, because it's like, I don't know, is that all they're doing? I'm not saying that's him at all, because I don't know, but like that's just something, especially going through that myself when I was learning, was something I learned to be kind of wary of, because I was like, shit, these people are making money from selling courses.
Yeah.
But Tyson 40, I don't know. I've not seen enough of him.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen. I started a YouTube channel, and I started a YouTube channel with my friends because it's fun. Doing this is fun. It's also a byproduct of stuff that I'm doing anyway. It's a hobby for me. Making money from the stuff that we make, like the Patreon and the courses, the masterclasses and stuff like that, it's nice that the business can sustain itself. That's super dope. Super cool. But that's really all that we've been trying to do. We've not been trying to maximize the profit potential of Copy That, because, again, we're not trying to exploit you for money. Unfortunately, for us. As much as I want my butler to have a butler, and for that butler to have a Lamborghini, it's not going to come from Copy That. Other gurus out there, it really does seem like the motivation is money. They want your money. And they write their videos to optimize them to get your money eventually. We don't do that. We actually legitimately try to like entertain and inform people. Like,
we would not start every video with a fucking skit if we wanted to push people to a course, because fucking guess what? Viewership is not really helped by a skit at the start of a video.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Our retention has been great for every video that's had a skit. Like, it's actually gone up.
I think it's because we know our audience, like the people who like to watch us. And that's who I'm going for, is the people who want, I guess, more of a realistic, less hypey, less you can make 10K a month view of things.
Yeah.
But also, like, fucking, I'm just busy. I'm just busy, Sean. Like, I've just come from the pub. Like, I haven't got trousers on. Like, I can't, there's no time for Copy That.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's okay. Yeah. I, again, once a week stream, once a week video, every now and again, there's a great Patreon post. Once a week, there's a good newsletter that becomes fodder for something else that we can make. Like, it's enough.
At some point, I would like this to be a big business, I think, like, that can run itself and like stuff can just like happen. But I always want the quality of the content to be super fucking high. I always want to give warnings. Like at the beginning of I say every sales page. I think we've had 2 sales pages, and there's been fucking warnings and disclaimers on both of them, front and fucking center.
Say less. Lindsay and I went on a whole spiel at the beginning of the stream about qualifying your prospects.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we brought up was how Copy That tries to qualify prospects and how important it is to qualify your prospects. Like, the type of, guess what? The people who watch our videos, like our typical Thursday videos that open with a humorous skit loosely tied to the things that we're going to be talking about, they're not your hustle bros. They're not your Lambo people. They're not your, like, wait, so copywriting. I can make $20,000 per month. Like, we do stuff because we want a particular audience. We want to talk to the goofballs and the nerds. All the people that want to be like cool and rich and wealthy may go elsewhere. There's stuff for you.
I still want people who want to be rich. I want to be rich. I want to be rich. Like, I still want them here. I just want people who are also nerds. If you're a nerd, if you consider yourself a geek and you want to be rich, like, stick around.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Like, you are my people. Like, if you are a person who loves D&D and Rachmaninoff and I don't know, Baldur's Gate 3 and Warhammer 40K, you like reading like Terry, like Mark C. Danielewski novels, like weird European fiction. We want you.
Come here.
Like, if you're a
Yeah.
stay-at-home mom with 2 kids and you're 33 years old and you are wondering if there's like any way for you to earn income, we want you. You are our people. Like, you're super dope. If you love horror movies and like talking about I don't know,
Like history
frickin'
nerds and
yeah, like listen, the split between the Byzantine and the Roman Empire. Like, and if you have strong opinions about like the debasement of currency and the fall of the denarius, like, you're our people. So
that is it. That's a perfect spiel. But if you are borderline misogynistic and think the only value in life is having a shit ton of money and showing other people that you have a shit ton of money and getting excited when someone promises you that you can make a load of money, I don't want you here. Or I want you to reform.
Yes.
And like
we want to show you the light side, that there is another way.
Yeah. Be nice. Just be a nice person. I mean, sure, I know we've told this before, but I'll always tell. I think I'll be telling this when I'm like 60. But one of my favorite memories of my whole life was being in a New York dive bar with you, Rod, and John, and like Judas Priest was playing in the background. We were drinking like an array of exotic beers, and you and I were debating ancient Roman politics.
Mhm.
Like that's just like a highlight of my life. And that
Yeah, that
if
was a great
if you
night.
want that to come along.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of messages recently coming from the Tate camp and people that aspire to that. Basically saying how like music is for poor people and like how you shouldn't listen to music.
What?
Yeah, like that's
What?
a thing now.
Is
That's
it?
a thing that people are fucking saying.
Why?
Because apparently it's a distraction from your goals and you should put on an audiobook or like a podcast instead.
Music is my goals. Like I want to be rich so I can listen to albums and enjoy my fucking life.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, I use the words impoverished mind in deliberately. And I just think that there are certain worldviews and certain attitudes that just so illustrate that a person is just bereft of intellectual and emotional value. And I think I'm not saying that everybody needs to love music, but I'm saying that you need some fulfilling, emotion stirring art in your life. It's a very human experience. I don't think that stoicism is a natural thing. Life, if you live it right, is very enjoyable and should be enjoyed. And guess what? You can learn and enjoy life as you get better at writing copy and like growing a business and stuff like that. It doesn't need to be either or. And I have whole spiels about like, being monomaniacally driven and like focused on a single goal for like a long time. But like, you do that so that you can get to the good stuff. It's the delayed gratification. So the trend recently among the hustle bros, I find fucking detestable. But that's just me. Yes. 100% this. Go look up Epicureanism. There's vulgar pleasures in life, like going to the club and like spending a lot of money, like having a fast car, things like that. And then there are ascended pleasures in life. And I firmly believe that people should aspire to experience as many of the ascended pleasures in life as possible. One of the ascended pleasures is friendship. Another is learning. Another is giving to others deliberately.
Although, if you want to see like some historical shade being thrown, look up Epictetus's criticism of Epicurus. Like that's brilliant. He basically just says, "You tell everyone just to give a shit about your bodies and your base instinct, but you also feel the need to tell everyone, which clearly is a higher fucking value that you hold than just that base instinct. So which is it? It's like, oh shit. But yeah, stoicism. I used to be very like into stoicism because it really helped me in a time where it was very difficult. I have since learned that you should, well, that's my view, you should pick and choose from philosophies in a way that suits you. There is some shit from stoicism that's super helpful and useful, but also saying shit like, oh yeah, just when someone wrongs you, like, don't get angry at them. Just realize that they're, wrong in their actions and you feel bad for them. It's like, no, I'm going to get fucking annoyed if someone cut me off. That's fine.
Yeah. My approach to that is again, it's very much derived from like, value hedonism, Epicureanism, things of that nature, where it's basically like you have a feeling center in your brain. Like it's there. Like you can't deny that. But what you can do is change what you do after you let yourself feel. So feel whatever you need to feel whenever you need to feel it, and then do what you need to do to move on. Again, like there's nobody out there in life who's just going to drop money or drop opportunity into your pocket. It has to be you. And so the one thing that you can't wallow in ever is self-pity. You have to, you can let yourself feel bad. It is okay, so long as it doesn't taint everything that you do after that moment. I feel like I need to start a Sean Rand's channel to like talk about this kind of shit.
As long as you can have me on as a guest, I'll be fine with that.
I would love to. I would love to do that.
There's so much shit I want to complain about.
Yes. It's just I look around the world and I see fucking problems. I want to talk about it. It's like, then you get another white guy with a podcast,
Oh god, is that what we are? Damn it.
Yeah, it's most people don't watch to this point in the show, so thank you, Jesus, for making it this far, and thank you everybody for watching to this point. These tend to go off the rails and sort of like get into like the sandboxy conversation territory at this particular point. So like hopefully we're talking about stuff that's a nice treat for everybody that's watching. So
hopefully. I gave no value today. I came in after all of the copy talk was done, complained, and I'm now going to go to
questions
bed.
With me.
I guess so. Isn't it weird? Like we answer the same questions all the time, which is fine. Like I always say, I'll never get annoyed seeing the same questions because they're different people. I get annoyed at the same person asking the same question because it's like fucking learn, but people. I never get annoyed seeing the same question, so I'm more than happy to answer it like 1,000 times. But yeah, we do get a lot of the same questions.
Yeah. So basically, do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. I don't know who said it, but this is what came to mind when you start talking about the feeling thing. Yeah, listen, to live is to suffer, as Nietzsche said. Like, and that's absolutely true. Pain is an unavoidable part of life. And so you gotta, in order to make life worth living, have to find a way to balance that out. Like, find the things that are worth living for in your life that you care about, that you feel. And guess what? None of that is going to come to you if you're sedentary, if you do nothing, if you don't take appropriate actions. We have this question. Respond to my lengthy text. It's not as dull as you might think. I'm assuming you mean this. I'm extremely confused. Am I the one sending out those 1,000 emails for a client? I don't know what you're talking about. Or I just send them in
I get the question.
Okay.
I think this is a question around what is a copywriter's responsibilities when it comes to actually publishing a piece of copy. Like, is it, do you just give them the copy or do you do it yourself? We have answered this in the 101 series as well.
Copywriting 101.
So I will give this a TLDR in a moment, Alpha Mind. If you go to the Copywriting 101 playlist on our YouTube channel, there is a video. I don't know which one it's called. I can't remember the exact title of it. Just go through that whole playlist because it answers all these questions where we talk about like what a copywriter actually does. But TLDR is depends the business you're working with. If you're taking more responsibilities on, like you may be responsible for putting it in the email software and sending it. Sometimes you will literally just have to write the copy and give it to a designer or give it to someone else. Totally depends on what the setup of the business is.
Yeah.
So hopefully that helps. Go and watch the video though. That gives you more of a...
Just this has been not a 101 stream. This has been advanced copywriting grad school level stream. We have a copywriting 101 stream. Go watch that. It's very bare bones, no production value. We just answer all the questions that we normally get. I don't know whom we mentioned. Do you agree that pity makes you weak?
Is that Nietzsche? Probably. Sounds like something he would have said.
Yeah. I mean, listen, only Siths deal in absolutes, you know?
Which is in itself an absolute. So
hey,
bullshit.
There you go. A paradox. We just broke ChatGPT, I think.
Thanks, Obi-Wan.
Yeah. So, no, I actually think compassion makes one strong. I think that's different from pity, though, because with pity, I'm going to make a nuanced distinction here that I don't think is going to hold up to much scrutiny, because this is an extemporaneous pontification about the nature of pity. I think that pity is not a productive emotion. I don't think it makes you weak, but I don't think it's particularly productive. But also, like, what are we talking about when we talk about pity? If you see a dying bird on the street, it's okay to pity that. Like, it's okay to feel a little bad. Like, as long as it doesn't ruin your day, as long as you don't break down in tears over that, you should be okay. Compassion is, I think, a different emotion. Compassion is like when you encounter somebody who's truly struggling and trying to communicate their struggle to you, and you're just like, it's all in your mind, bro. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps, bro. You know, nothing for you here, bro. You know, like, I'm firmly of the opinion that the human condition is primarily a negative one. Like, all this shit sucks. Listen, I've been all over the world. I've been to 6 out of the 7 continents. I've lived more life than most of the people watching. Most of this shit sucks. Most of it is boring quotidian. It's getting mad at the person in front of you at the line at the grocery store. That is the vast majority of life. And so you need to go hunting for pockets of compassion, of empathy, of understanding that, like, everybody else is going through this shit too. And because of that recognition, it actually makes you a lot stronger, because you have to sort of push past your initial filters, the desire to feel mad at the person who cut you off on the street. You have to push past your sort of like baseline reaction to things. That takes practice, and it takes emotional maturity and strength. And so, no, I don't think pity or compassion makes a person weak. I think that ultimately, the surest sign of weakness is giving in to absolutist opinions about the world.
I absolutely agree with that. That is, I know this is getting a bit deeper than copy now, but like, I grew up in a very extreme, polarized household and community environment, where like it was always black and white in terms of like this is the way you do things. This is, you don't even talk about this. These people are fundamentally wrong. These people are fundamentally right. Like that kind of thing. And having been on both sides of that, and in multiple ways, and known people who've been on the polar opposite side of that, has been super enlightening to me, even in like my relatively short life. And that has hit the nail on the head for me, Sean, which may be one of the reasons we get on, because like I am not particularly, I will stand up for like, I'm extremely moderate, you know, like that's how I would describe myself. Like I will always stand up firmly for, like, on one hand this and on the other hand this. Like, let's actually look at everything and then try to come to a conclusion, because I've fucking seen what being absolute does. It's not nice for fucking anyone. So yeah, like definitely agree with that.
Yeah. I feel like we should chop up this video, like try to find some way to salvage some of this discussion and like put it onto the Sean Rand's channel. Yeah, I don't want to glom on to that particular thread of conversation for too long, but also I 100% agree. Everybody that I've known that has like really dug their heels in the sand and said like, this is the way the world works, this is the way everything is, they don't. Let me put it this way: you can achieve a lot of financial success that way, but then they often get older and they stop and they have a lot of remorse because they realize that they missed out on a lot of the softer pleasures of life. And they realize a little, it's like one of the oldest cliches in novels and movies. You know, the old rich person who realizes, like, what am I going to do with all this wealth? I can't take it with me. You know, why did I waste so much time when I had life in me just only focusing on the money? I don't know. Or like, you know, being so stuck in absolute in my opinions and things like that. Yeah.
Fuck, we gotta get through these questions. They keep building up. This is the problem. We go on like a massive conversation and then they build up again.
Yeah. I mean,
I like
again, we're doing this because it's fun for us and hopefully other people learn too. Would you say that taking a piece of copy and carefully reading and breaking it down, even if you don't finish it fully good, or just reading it and not writing down what you learned from it? Here's the thing. In my opinion, I think that you get more benefit from reading part of a sales letter and annotating it carefully than you would from like forcing yourself just to read through and quickly skim the whole thing. And the reason for that is because the motor cortex of the brain is closely connected to the amygdala, which is attached to your memory centers of the brain. If you actively read something and write stuff down, guess what? Your brain is going to be more likely to remember it. And so if you are writing down, hey, it's this thing is pattern, look at what this thing is doing, in all likelihood, you're going to arrive at other letters and other things that you're doing in the future and be like, hey, didn't that other sales letter do this thing? And then you're going to go back and you're going to see your notes there. And it's like, yes, the thing did do this thing. And here is exactly where it is, exactly where I identified it. That's how this stuff kind of works. If you're just passively like skimming through or trying to get through copy to like check a box, you're not going to learn much from it.
Yep. I was reading a message. I knew you had that covered. I knew what you were going to say. Yep.
Can you be a good copywriter with just watching videos and buying copywriting courses? We had an answer to this. The best teacher is action. Courses and videos can only give you so much, but you will learn the most when you actually write, get it critiqued, and actually read copy. You hit this answer. You hit the answer on the head. You absolutely knocked this question out of the park. Thank you very much for answering that question. Yeah, it's true. You don't need to buy anything to become a copywriter. Yeah, I didn't.
That's a point I would stress as well. Is like you do not need to buy anything. We sell things that you can buy because it's stuff that is like has taken us a lot more time to compile and stuff that, you know, we need to sell something to keep the business going. But there's a reason we have put out, like me personally, and we're going to be putting out, I mean, I don't want to give away our strategy too much coming up, but we're going to be putting out like considerably like girthy free videos about 3 fundamental. They're going to be very big.
Let me put it this way. Internally, we are calling it the 3 pillars of copywriting. And yeah, these
They're
are
gonna be
not
big.
going to be your videos disguised as sales letters. These are going to be like, all right, guys and gals and everything in between, let's sit down for the next 2.5 hours and really dig into this shit. And those are going to be free. They're going to be available for free.
They're
So,
gonna also, they're not gonna be like rambling live videos. They're gonna be structured.
we're
They'll be
actually
partially
taking the time to
scripted.
script these.
Like
I hate
it's
it.
gonna be a big, I know,
Ah,
but it's gonna be a big project. And like I'm sure we will sell something off the back of that for like people who are already further ahead and who
Yeah.
want to fucking have something a lot deeper. But the point of these, and the reason I brought these up is because like my 5-hour video, like the fucking reason I made that was I made that before Copy That was a thing. Just I don't know how many people know that. Like that was not done for Copy That. That was done.
Yeah.
That was a real presentation because in the Copy That version, I think the context is cut out, like my intro. I did that because I was paid to do that by a business who wanted me to teach copywriting to their marketing team. So that was a fucking paid thing that I got paid thousands of or pounds for, not dollars. I scripted it all out. The original script I think is available somewhere, like in Patreon or the
it's
CCA, something like that.
somewhere. We have a confusing funnel.
Yeah. And I recorded all of that. The whole point of that was like, this is fucking everything I know about copywriting in as structured a way as I could possibly do it in the things that aren't too prescriptive. And like, that's all you need. So if you're fucking saying, oh, do I need a course? That is like my blood, sweat, and tears of like these are the absolute fundamentals, the basics. Just go and do this, then start practicing, and you'll have everything you need. Combine that with the free course that we have, like how to start copywriting.
Yeah.
And you have everything that you absolutely could possibly need. Like, yeah, of course, I could probably do a fucking 30-hour course on copywriting and go so deep into every single subject, which is kind of what we will be doing, I think. But that you don't need that though. Like that's just if you're really into it.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like we also have to strike the correct balance too, because like, yes, we're trying to grow this business. In order to grow this business, we have to play nice with the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm really likes stuff that, you viewer like. And what do the viewers like? How to get your first $100 as a copywriter, how to like get your first client as a copywriter, how to go from $0 to $10,000 in a month as a copywriter. Like that's what scales on YouTube. And so if we want to do an elaborate video on like the complex rhetorical tropes used in transition phrases and long form direct response financial sales letters, guess what? That is going to be a really useful topic for like 38 people that watch our stuff. So why would we post that? Like
I mean,
it's worth talking about, but like we might as well sell that, the really nuanced and complex stuff, and then just give everything else away for free.
Yeah. And like something I'll say now, and we can clip this and do this as a short, or I'll do it like in my video that I spoke about earlier. Like,
yeah,
if there's a copywriting video,
hold on.
I mean,
start over again.
Oh shit, we're doing this as an actual short. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna talk. Now, if there's a copywriting video like on YouTube, it doesn't even have to be just copywriting. It could be like anything trying to teach you something. If like the first fucking like quarter of it is taken up by someone telling you why this is so good and like look at all the testimonials and results I've had and like this is going to change your life, guess what? They're priming you to fucking eventually buy something.
Yeah.
Like that's the point of the video. Just watch out for. I'm not saying there's nothing useful in videos like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's just that the whole point of that, like we said earlier, it's written like copy for a reason, because they want to build that relationship with you where you then go like, oh my god, they gave all this stuff away for free. I trust them with all my heart, and they've told me how amazing this is going to be. God, well, they must be trustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
Then the fucking funnel kicks in and they sell you a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Like the reason we do such boring long videos is because like we just give all the information and don't try and hype it up and go like, oh, this is, gonna get you $50 million. That's why the 5-hour video is how it is. It's just, it goes straight into it. There's no fucking 20 minutes of, I think I talk about like what copywriting is and like how much power it has like for businesses. But I don't spend fucking 20 minutes going on about, oh, you know, you can do this and financial freedom and all that shit. I don't know if that's short worthy. I could probably do it better when if I scripted it, but yeah.
We'll salvage it. I'll work with Noah, and he and I will come up with something. But yeah, I could not agree more. I definitely think that it's one of those things where it's like, and we were talking about qualification earlier today. Like if we wanted desperate people, people with like really wannabes. Let's be real. If we wanted wannabes on our list, we do it that way. But how should I say? The cream of the crop rises to the top. Our channel has grown exponentially in a very short amount of time because I think people game recognizes game for real. And so hopefully people recognize in us like sincere and legitimate attempts to give the information that people need. And like the selling is an afterthought. So
anyway. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not naming names either. Like, that's not directed at anyone in particular. It's just like I saw it so much when I was a beginner, and I was very nearly like scammed. I have a blog somewhere on that, like where I was nearly I felt like I was nearly scammed because it was the first ever like info funnel I ever went through when I was like 18, and I already knew about marketing and like content writing and stuff. And this was kind of about that, and it was about creating your own course. And like, it was like, fucking drip sequence. It was like 4 videos, and it was like £900. And at that time, that was like basically my savings. And I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna do it. And I just stopped myself. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Like this is why I got so hyped about this thing. And that's kind of when I started going like, what? And then I kind of got into copy, and I was like, shit, that's what that is. Like, they're writing good copy, and it got me. That's, I think, why it's quite raw for me. I really have a problem with it.
Yeah. Almost everybody I know has a, oh man, the copy got me story.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you don't want to feel that way. Like when somebody buys something, you want them to feel good about getting the thing. You don't want them to feel like, they got me. Like, if you write that way to, like, get people, man, you haven't been listening to us. If I am trying to evoke emotion in a reader, do I use sensory-based questions and answers to make an image in the reader's mind? And that's how I can evoke, let's say, love or anxiety.
Are you okay, Sean? That nearly broke you.
I've been streaming for a long time. I'm pretty sure I just had a stroke.
Nearly 4 hours. That is actually crazy.
I want to show something really quick. And this is something we were talking about earlier in the stream. Here we go. We were talking earlier about, look at this. So Alex, for context, he's talking about his dad who lost basically everything in the 2008 crash, even though he warned him about the crash that was coming. Much of his savings disappeared. I could see the carnage coming and tried talking him into selling, but he made excuses. It was a devastating blow. Nearly everything he'd worked hard for and socked away disappeared in a blink. It is frustrating and painful watching the life savings of the man who taught you everything in this world wiped out in a dramatic fashion. That's emotional writing. If you're trying to evoke emotion in a reader, you don't need to use sensory descriptions. It helps. It certainly helps. But if you're looking for writing that stirs emotions, it's tapping into the things that they experience. It's tapping into the things that they fear, the things that they're anxious about, just using a lot of observations. Like, you can write very emotionally without having to use any sensory descriptions whatsoever. Like, Alex, when I read this to you, like, how much of that is just a gut punch?
Yeah. Yeah. The bit, it's not even like I think a beginner looking at this kind of goes like, looks for the adjectives and like looks for the kind of like, oh yeah, what kind of like they think that's like emotive language. But like the bit that really stands up is like the man who taught you everything in this world.
Yeah.
It's like really fucking writes home. It's not just, yeah, people know this shit happens, but like when it happens so personally to someone that you love and you can't control it.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing for me. That's the thing that invokes in me is like, this is the person who you're used to being in control, the person who molded you, and now you can see that they're not in control, and that's like almost like your world is breaking, not just theirs.
Yeah. Looking at that sentence, like, how many adjectives are there? One?
Yeah.
Like, it's the nouns, it's the very specific nouns and verbs that are doing the work here.
Yeah.
You don't need to tell somebody, like, it was a gorgeous sunset. Just describe the sunset using really good nouns and verbs, and people will make their own conclusion from there.
Sunny.
Show, don't tell. So, hopefully that helped. Enjoy the journey, not the ending. Absolutely. If your goal is just money, the probability of succeeding plummets by a lot. You need to have a higher goal. Example, it's retiring my mother to keep you going and make you proud.
Nice.
You're going to do it. I believe in you. And I really hope that copy that can be just a small fraction of the things that help you accomplish that particular goal. That's a really good goal.
It is also like the kind of one of the main same goals that I had as well. So it definitely works.
Yep.
Do it.
I feel like everybody today is about getting rich tomorrow and getting brainwashed. That is not what life was all about. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where it's like, listen, like, what is the phrase? Money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy everything else. For me, I think that getting richer is good. I think that producing value, receiving value, and using the value that you receive to once again put that out into the world and make the world a better place, that for me is aspirational. And you can do more good by making more money that way. I firmly believe that. Not every rich person does that, but that's a separate problem. But ultimately, I think that everybody needs to just sort of have their own goal, and it shouldn't be attached to a number.
Yeah. My view on this, and this is coming as someone who's relatively young still, is that like I never really thought I would be making like 10K, let alone anything more than that, like a month. So for me early on, like I had that goal, obviously, like, helping my mom, helping my nan, looking after my family, that kind of stuff. But like, I was also like, shit, yeah, like I want to get rich. Like I want to be rich because I want to fucking help these people. That was what was in my mind. I want to get rich.
Mm-hmm.
What happens, or what I found happening, is like, yeah, of course I want to get fucking richer. Of course I do. Of course I want to get richer. Like, because I do like having the ability to spend more and more stuff. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm like it's all about morals. It's like I love money.
Yeah.
But my perception of what wealth is and what money is for has changed hugely. Like I used to think that you have more money so you can buy more things. Now it's like, I don't know, it's just having that security is nice. Like, which is something I guess I always wanted, but I think now I don't go, it's not the money that drives me. Like, yeah, I want to get richer, but I love fucking projects that I work on. I get excited about seeing if I can make a new e-com store work. I get excited about like, shit, I've got like a big fucking raise meeting. I love being in like a fucking penthouse in like my favorite city in the world and just like looking out and being like, God, I am happy.
Yeah.
That like feels good.
Earlier today, I saw an advertorial, and it was just such a good advertorial. I was like, oh my God. And then I started thinking about like, well, how could I use this for something that I'm making? And I literally like stopped everything that I was doing just so that I could like swipe and write a similar kind of advertorial for a thing that was not a priority. And I loved it. It felt so good to do that.
Yeah.
To like find a novel way of approaching something, to find a good articulation of an idea, and then to implement it in my own life. Like, it's fun. I love this shit, man. Like, people that have watched these analysis streams, like, I get so uppity and excited when I talk about like good copy. I like, you know, if I weren't wearing pants, like it would get really wet in here. It's gross. It's a little gross how much I love copy. And so like for me, the money is really nice. And I have a lot of, familial baggage attached to that. And I'm very much interested in ensuring that my kids never have to go through what I did. So that's a primary motivator for me. And I don't need to be an octomillionaire to do. I don't need $50K a month to do that. Like I don't want to drive to like the grocery store with my kids strapped into a Bugatti. A minivan is fine.
Yeah, I remember on a stream, I didn't really address it at the time, but like I remember we were doing this a stream once, and I said like, oh, I've just come back, like, yeah, I was just on the bus, like replying or something, and someone was like, you take the bus, and I was like, yeah. They were like, I didn't reply to it at the time, but like, I think the comment was something like, surely like you're rich enough to like not take the bus, and it's like, yeah, but like. I've always taken the bus. I like the bus. The bus is like my time to fucking relax. Like, yeah, I could learn to drive. I don't fucking care. I'm not in a city where I need to learn to drive. England is small. Like, public transport is fine. And it's shit like that where I think, again, that people have this preconception of what wealth is. Like, oh, God, you must want a car and all this and get a Rolex. It's like, no, when you're in that situation, it's just like, your values change. Like, I want the next limited edition Warhammer box.
Yeah.
No,
there's an electric guitar that I've been looking at that I want to get, and I can just buy it right now. Like it's not a thing. The cool thing about getting rich is that you never have to say no to yourself, but also at a certain point you have to start saying no to yourself. Otherwise you're just going to buy everything. And I'm just like, no, I'm just abstaining. Like I don't need it. I have a house full of musical instruments and music and art and things like that. I'm definitely not a minimalist. I like stuff. Yeah. I like shiny things, but like I like the stuff that enriches my life. That isn't necessarily an audacious display of wealth.
I want a Napoleonic Dragoon's saber.
That's cool.
That is cool. And you know what sucks is like it was actually my significant other said that was the present they were going to buy me, but it's like slipped out. So now I know that, and now I've heard that I really wanted, and I could buy it, but like it's that where would I put it right now? And like it's like $3,000 that I don't need to spend, and that having poor person mentality has not made spending any easier. Let me tell you that. Anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. Like being wealthy, like getting wealthy, like it certainly confers amazing benefits. Like when COVID hit, I couldn't go to a gym. So I built one in my house. And like I didn't have to buy anything used because I didn't have to. I was just like, I want this thing. And it appeared in my basement. And like, that's super dope. And also like, it's tied to my personal goals. And it doesn't really like, flaunt or like show stuff off. Like, I don't know. Like it's...
Fuck your basement, man. Your basement is bigger than my flat. Like, America. I mean, and also being wealthy in America, I guess, but so much space. It's great.
Yeah. It's dope. You should move to America. It's pretty cool.
I like non-gun violence.
Move to a blue state.
All right. That also made me sound like I like violence that doesn't contain guns, like knife crime. Anyway, next question.
Let's answer a few more, and then I'm gonna go have dinner. And you need to go to sleep, man.
Dude, yeah.
We literally have a video in we've told you. We've told you a few times at this point. Copywriting 101. We have a playlist for it. We answered this question. All you people that are watching, if you have a question like this, that's like, oh, that seems like somebody getting into copywriting, somebody would ask that. We answered it. It's in Copywriting 101. It's there for you. We made it for you, specifically for you, not you. The people that have watched Copywriting 101 maybe get that joke. Anyway, are Facebook and Instagram ads the same structure with sales letter? The answer is no. That's a complicated question.
That's a better word. I like that.
Yes, it is so complicated. It has become complicated. It depends on the ad. There are many types of Instagram, Facebook ads, but video ads do tend to follow a similar structure to sales letters, but they're more closely aligned, I would say, with infomercials. Infomercials are primarily about demonstration first, showing different types of demonstration, illustrating and articulating the benefits as you demonstrate things, and then selling against alternatives, and then social proof, and then some sort of offer stack, which for Instagram and Facebook ads are typically optional. So when you see a Facebook or Instagram ad, what you will typically see more often than not is some sort of either like pattern interrupt that gets people's attention, or some sort of demonstration that like clearly shows what a product is good for. Like that's the structure. And that aligns pretty well with VSLs and sales letters, but it's not the same. Watch infomercials. I love infomercials. Go look up the slap chop video. All the 10 people that made it to this far in the video, go look up the slap chop infomercial. It is literally a masterclass in writing good product copy.
He also nails a no-look throw into the sink behind him. Like, it's just cool.
It's a perfect commercial. It is almost as good as my favorite commercial of all time. So,
Sean, you got to tell them what your is it the applied directly to the forehead?
Yeah, head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, apply directly to the forehead.
Nice.
Oh, so Alex, I don't know if you saw this, but somebody made a compliment of the stuff in the Patreon, and somebody said, "Oh, that's the soft pitch," and I was like, "Oh, that's the soft pitch. Well, here's the hard pitch," and then I wrote like a very sincere, but like as a joke, like, this is why you want to join the Patreon, like hard aggro push. I was looking at that again today, and I was like, we should send that should be in our email gauntlet. That's actually decent copy.
Fucking let's do it.
All right.
We should probably advertise things a bit more. I mean, we've had, the number of patrons has gone up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Patreon subscribers are going up, sales are going up, subscribers are going up, views are going up. Like, it's growing. It's not meteoric. It's steady and it's stable and it's self-sustainable. So,
can you imagine if each of us took like 2 weeks off to just focus on copy that?
Shut up. Like, it's never going to happen.
It's not, but can you imagine if we did? Anyway, all right. Next question. Go on.
Hey, Alex, what if you were asked to bab Sean's hairstyle? Can you do that?
What is bab?
How is babby formed?
What?
Man, I want a sword so bad. For me, it's books and guitars. Oh, good. These are our people, man. A good Telecaster. Awesome.
Nice.
I want to get a response from a prospect. If John were in the chat, he'd be like, I just want my dad to love me.
He would. I want daddy back.
We all have aspirations. My significant other struggles to let me buy her things because she had lived through a lot of hardships. Yeah, I feel like poverty warps the human mind in one of two ways. Either you're just like, I need to own that Rolex because like this clearly fills some void that I I have now as a result of lacking some of the finer comforts in life. That's why I'm very much a like don't deprive yourself of the finer comforts in life. Like it's totally normal to want stuff. Um but then there's the other way, which is just like you learn to live with it, you learn to like accept it, and then all of a sudden you get a bunch of money and you're just like, "No, I'm good. You know, I'm fine." Like I really respect the people that grew up in the Great Depression because you see that sort of mentality a lot where it's just like you learn to cope with less. And no matter how much money you make, like, yes, you can have an exciting lifestyle and stuff like that, have a lot of cool experiences, but ultimately, like, you're just like, no, I know what true hardship is like. Like, I, well, I'm just frugality is cool, moderation is cool. Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger are like heroes of mine, and they really represent that. You know, Warren Buffett bought a house for like $18,000 in the 1950s, and he's never moved out of it. He's lived in the same house that he's lived in his whole life, and he is the second richest person on the planet.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely subscribe to the second mentality. Like clothes, big one for me.
Yeah.
Like there are some things I will fork out for when I'm like, okay, I want the best of this thing because I really value it. But like clothes, I don't buy clothes. I've had these for like, I don't know, probably like 2-3 years at this point, and like it's super cheap. It's from like the cheapest shop you can get it from, and I don't know. I don't understand spending more than like £10 on a shirt.
Yeah.
But it's because I've never fucking known any different, and I'm not gonna change now. Maybe in 10 years, who knows?
Yeah. It's listen, you know, earlier somebody recognized that I was wearing a Tool shirt. And like the brief dopamine hit I got from being like, oh, recognition. Like, was that worth the amount that I spent on the shirt? Yes. For me, yes.
Absolutely.
And that, you know, there you go. That's it. That's enough.
Yeah.
I feel like we should probably wrap it up. I am going to go eat. I'm going to go work some more. I have a ton of stuff that I need to do. But this was fun. Thank you for joining late in the game. I did not expect to talk to you for another 2 hours after
God, it's been
being
that long.
done with the stream.
Oh crap! Sorry, I didn't realize I stopped you. But no, I saw you were still on. I was like, I'm gonna join. I'm gonna ask his permission first to see if he actually wants a compadre. I'm glad you did because I always have fun in these evening sessions.
This is a good
Hope
talk.
the
I feel
viewers
like
have fun.
listen, like when Rod's staying over at my place, like this is the kind of stuff that we talk about too. You know, it's like it's talking shop and like talking about philosophy and life and the intersection of like values and behaviors and you know culture and you know value things like that.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for staying. You 15 lovely people.
Yeah. Thank
16.
you so much. I hope this was helpful to you in some way. We're going to sign off. You're not going to get a CTA. Lindsay did the best CTA earlier, so rewind and watch that. You know,
I
that
missed
was like
Lindsay though. God damn it.
2 hours ago. That was like 2 hours ago. All right, bye everybody.
See you guys. Bye bye.